AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Kick off the school year with Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. Because with 20% off styles kids love, they're not just going back, they're making an entrance. Save on jeans that turn hallways into runways. Tees that make them walk a little slower for effect. Sneakers that say, I'm so back. And more confidence-inspiring looks for every grade at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, 20% offer ends August 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Hearing the news every day is one thing. Hearing it hit home is something altogether different. That's the difference you hear every day on KDKA Radio. We go beyond the benign headlines and bring the news to life, your life. So stay here and hear the news and what a difference it makes. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum recognizes Pennsylvania's combat veterans who have received medals for gallantry. With this Hall of Valor moment, here's the Education Director of Soldiers and Sailors Memorial Hall and Museum, Tim Neff.
Corporal Jack Robert Starkey of Allegheny County was awarded the Distinguished Service Cross in Korea on August 7 and 8, 1950. For a period of about 30 hours while Starkey's unit was defending vital high ground, Corporal Starkey constantly and without regard for his own personal safety exposed himself to enemy fire to render first aid and to evacuate wounded personnel to places of safety. On return trips, Corporal Starkey brought back ammunition and water and guided a party of Marines into his platoon's forward positions to assist. When another group of Marines were pinned down by an enemy machine gun, Corporal Starkey courageously stood up and threw a hand grenade that destroyed the enemy machine gun.
For the perfect wedding up to 300, the magnificent ballroom and balcony is a truly unique setting to begin your new life together. SoldiersandSailorsHall.org.
I see Rob Taylor in there. So Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead to see what he has going on at 5. Hello, Rob.
Hello, Colin. A Pleasant Hills woman under arrest charged with 5 counts of child pornography. We'll give you those details coming up at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
Your drive just got easier. It's Colin Dunlap on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
You know, it's crazy that no one really, me included, me especially actually, in the job that I do, no one wants to waste time and relitigate 2020. It's boring, it's drab, it's dull, it's treading over territory that sort of pulls up a bunch of feelings that people don't want to have again, and conversations people don't want to have again. But somebody who could have ended all the relitigation in this whole country of 2020 today in any conversations was Dr. Fauci. And I get it. I know. Yes, he was under the advice of a high-powered defense attorney. Certainly, that's true. But like that last caller, who seemed to be a, very level-headed man. Too many people in this country, and this is why you're sort of forced to relitigate it. For one reason, Fauci didn't answer any questions, so things stay open-ended. But because you want Fauci to answer, like I did, it doesn't mean you support Rand Paul or you subscribe to the ideals of RFK Jr., like I said earlier today. I'm not going to go bang back a bunch of lines of Coke on a toilet seat or something. Or, whatever. And it certainly doesn't mean you wear a red MAGA baseball cap everywhere. Maybe you just wanted Fauci to answer about what happened because it impacted all of us. And that's absolutely not unfair. It just isn't. But instead, we got 111 of these.
Under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
And Tony, who just called a little bit ago, he was wrong in that everyone was made to live under all this. You could drive as short north as a place like Butler, and it was like a different world. And certainly you could get in a plane and go to Florida, and they operated much differently than Pennsylvania. So again, I just think it would have gone a long way to ending this, or at least some of the conversations, or at least an explainer, if Fauci would have answered today. I understand. Look, it's a constitutional right. But I just don't think he did himself any favors. Dawn's in Gibsonia. Hi, Dawn.
Hey, how are you, Colin?
I'm good, thank you.
So I've been a fan of yours for probably a new fan, right? So like 6 months, and I kind of agree on 95% of what you say. And I've always wanted to call, but I'm calling today because I really agree with everything you said. I really agree with how I just tuned in 5 minutes ago about we're talking about this topic, and it's making people think about things that they might not want to think about anymore, but what we are. And that person will not remember or admit any of the things that were going on. Like, that is incredible that there are people like that that are either towing whatever line they want to tow, or they just have, like, no memory at all.
Right, and we don't have to hate each other because of it. We could just have a conversation and maybe lay some boundaries or get some loose sort of thresholds moving forward if, for some reason, something crazy like this ever happens again. But what's happened now, people like me, I know, are like, never again. You could tell me to wear this mask. You could tell me. No, it's no. But if they offered some true, honest-to-goodness conversation from the Fauci side, I might warm to understanding why you did the things that you did. But it's like the conversation was, this has happened. You're doing this. These are the protocols. Don't ask, just do them. Even 6 years later. And there was a big opportunity today. Demand the yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, you demand that yellow van. Every minute matters when there's water damage. I mean, every single minute. So you call that one place that'll get there quick. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh. 412-RECOVER. That's the number. 412-RECOVER. The best call to make in the worst situation possible. What starts as a small leak, it can be real bad real quick. So you demand that yellow van from Service Master. Look, storms move in, and they move in fast. Before you know it, you got water everywhere. They'll get it out, and they'll help you rebuild everything for you. So demand that yellow van. Service Master Greater Pittsburgh, 412-RECOVER. That's 412-RECOVER. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Taking a look at the major roadways, the Parkway East outbound has brake lights from before the Oakland on-ramp. The Parkway West inbound has heavy congestion backing you up through Robinson Town Center, and further down, traffic restarts from Green Tree Hill as you head towards the Fort Pitt Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, It is jammed as you wrap into the bathtub region of the city, and both lanes through the Liberty Tunnel are stacked as well. Route 28 remains heavily congested inbound from Sharpsburg through Millvale and towards the North Shore. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Nate Bargatze.
It's a lot to have two dogs because you got to open the back door and let two dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. PPG Paints Arena, July 30th and 31st. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Being diagnosed with leukemia, lymphoma, myeloma, or one of over 100 other types of blood cancer makes people want more time to do the things they love. That means more time to be artists, prom dates, world travelers, and moms. We are Blood Cancer United, the world's leading organization focused solely on blood cancer research, support, and advocacy. We do the most for more people with blood cancer, so people with blood cancer can do more of whatever they want. Blood Cancer United. Join us at bloodcancerunited.org.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A Pleasant Hills woman is under arrest charged with 5 counts of child pornography. According to a criminal complaint, police say they were alerted to possible child pornography being shared from the social messaging app Kik. An investigation into Lauren Chakowski found that, according to police, she had more than 40 images of child pornography on her cell phone. Police say Chakowski also viewed video of child pornography on her phone. Chakowski denied ever purposely searching for or sending explicit material involving children, suggested she may have been hacked. Chakowski posted a $5,000 bond and has a preliminary hearing scheduled for August 5th. A 19-year-old man who was 15 when police say he shot and killed a fellow Oliver Citywide Academy student learned his fate today. A judge sentenced Jameer Perry to 35 years to life in prison for killing Derek Harris in May of 2023. Even though Perry pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, 35 years is the mandatory minimum sentence for first-degree murder committed as a juvenile. Oliver Citywide Academy on Pittsburgh's north side was a school for special needs students in grades 3 through 12. Pittsburgh Public School District has since closed the school. Changes are coming to Medicare's prescription drug plan, but an independent insurance agent says seniors shouldn't panic. Here's News Radio KDKA's Tamara Rush.
The Trump administration is ending a federal subsidy program that helped keep some Medicare Part D prescription drug premiums lower. But Dina Schmid with One Health Benefits tells KDKA Radio consumers shouldn't panic over the change.
What was announced is the end of a temporary program that the government created to help health insurance companies
not the beneficiary with the Part D premiums. So that ends. That has nothing to do with the consumer. Here's what's important. Extra help, also called LIS, low income subsidy, is not going away.
Schmidt says seniors should speak with an independent advisor before making any changes. She says people who qualify for extra help with prescription costs will continue receiving those benefits under current law. Tamira Rush News Radio, KDKA.
The first of 4 outdoor terraces open today at Pittsburgh International Airport. News Radio KDK's Paul Rasmussen with the story.
The UPMC Terrace is located on the arrivals level next to baggage claims 5 through 8. Airport Authority spokesperson Bob Kurlick says the terrace includes native trees and plants and walking trails.
And just to give you a sense of how big it is, it's 36,000 square feet, so it is very large. And so when you're out there, I'm looking at my fact sheet right now, 36,000 square feet, 41 total plant species, 23 of which are native.
Kurlick says the terrace offers all travelers and visitors open-air relaxation, seating, and a view of airport operations without the need for membership fees or a security clearance. Paul Rasmussen, News Radio KDKA.
On Wall Street, the Dow closing down 1,150 points today, closing at 51,594. NASDAQ was down 433, S&P down 112 points. KDK Sports brought to you by Nasco Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call Nasco Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates dropped the rubber match to the Arizona Diamondbacks today, 3-0. Pirates start a 4-game set in Cincinnati starting tomorrow. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. Home improvements with no interest financing if you need it. Trust PJ.com. KDK Radio News Time. It's 5:03. We've got KDK AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from La China Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, La China has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit La China's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, La China does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Oh, here we go. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The biggest delays remain right now on the Parkway West inbound, where traffic is slow approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel and continues across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. On the Parkway East, it's seeing heavy congestion in both directions. Westbound traffic is backed up from the Greenfield area through South Oakland towards downtown, while eastbound drivers are slowing as they leave the city, heading towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the North Shore, it's experiencing significant delays around the I-279 interchange and the north side ramps, with slow traffic approaching the Veterans Bridge and the Andy Warhol Bridge area. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it will be comfortable with a low of 57. We'll have a good deal of sunshine throughout the day for tomorrow with a high of 82. Mainly clear tomorrow night, a low around 58 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Warmer weather rolling in. Heavy rain, strong winds, and sudden damage. ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh responds immediately, 24/7, 365. Demand the yellow van.
Demand the yellow van. Call ServiceMaster.
The Drive at 5. The stories driving today's headlines. Brought to you by ServiceMaster of Greater Pittsburgh. When disaster strikes, demand the yellow van. On 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Oh, we'll get back to your calls in just a moment. Bunch of people on the line. I'll grab your calls. Oh, there's Freddie Rabner on TV. Oh, he's probably talking about that Antoine Rose thing. Yep, he is. Anyway, but Channel 11 News is on. All the newses are on here. Rick Earl just scooped me on my own story. No, I'm kidding, but he did. Good job by Rick. I have told you from day one. Rick Earl is the only guy in this town, outside of me, who asks tough questions, and more power to him. He gets it done. So, you know what just happened? There was just a big breaking story. County spokesperson to return to work. Now, the sound is off because we're in a radio studio, so I don't know what was said, but apparently Abigail Gardner is going to come back to work. So I was walking through the newsroom, and Andy Lindbergh goes, "Whoa, look at that." And I looked up, and my face was on Channel 11 News. And I had my Chris Buescher NASCAR hat on, and I was delivering some sort of monologue. I actually looked pretty good, if I do say so myself. And the news was that Abigail Gardner, the county spokesperson, will be back on the job. And my reaction was, well, yeah, who didn't know that was happening? I couldn't care less. She doesn't like me. They don't return my calls, haven't for years, in terms of wanting a comment from Inamorado on anything. And I don't give one flip who the county spokesperson is. I'm just being blunt. Abigail Gardner needs to make peace with the 911 dispatchers and the people in emergency services who she actually offended with her suicide comments, because they're the ones who are coworkers that weren't happy with what she said. I'm a big boy. I could take it. But they had a coworker commit suicide and one attempt suicide while on the job and wearing that same shirt she had on. And I had emails from over 100 county workers saying they wanted her fired, terminated immediately, and gone. So make peace with them. I'm just a guy who talks on the radio. But know this, and know this in a big way. I'm not going to stop asking really tough questions and finding out information you don't think I can find out. So there we are. 866-391-1020 as we do talk Fauci. Maggie's downtown. Love talking to her. Hello, Maggie.
Hey, Colin. How you doing?
I am good. What did you make of Fauci today? Did you watch it?
Oh, my gosh. I watched it first thing this morning. I felt your frustration with that first caller. I can't decide if he was so traumatized that he can't remember COVID or he just didn't experience or didn't watch the news of what happened to other people. I mean, I probably would have. I understand Fauci pleading the fifth because, he looks like a total nightmare right now. But, with his attorney, he could have at least prepared a statement.
That's a pretty good call. I think that he could have. And instead, what happens is he sort of whittles away from Washington. He goes. I don't think that he can show his face in many places in this country. And that isn't a partisan take. There are plenty of people on both sides who just would like a couple answers from anything from, hey, why did I need to stand 6 feet away to somebody, to my mom died all alone and I couldn't see her. Why? There's a lot of, it runs the whole gamut, Maggie.
Well, and I even said, shortly after, like the whole vaccination thing. You know, I went to a concert. I'm like, why do I have to show you a vaccination card when all the vaccination is going to do is lower the chances of me having extreme symptoms? It's not going to keep me from getting it or giving it to anybody else. Like,
yeah, again, there were a lot of things that could be answered, and the way to not answer them is to plead the fifth and to just kind of thumb your nose at it. You know, the way an innocent man, and again, the fifth, that's something that's protected in our Constitution, you could do it. If you look back, and oddly enough, it was Robert Kennedy asking the questions, if you're truly innocent, and this is opinion now, the way I think you handle it at Senate committee hearings is the way Jimmy Hoffa handled it whenever they accused him of being someone who was a communist. He said, you just wait a minute. Do not associate me with the Communist Party. He didn't plead the fifth. He told him where to put it. And maybe I'm just wired much more like that. And maybe that was even a dumb move. Who knows? But you're not going to sully my name without me being able to throw a counterpunch or at least set the record straight. And I felt like with Fauci today, or maybe he's just doesn't care, but there were a lot of people that trampled on his name, and he didn't offer anything as a retort. To me, that looks bad. Blair's in Dormont. Hi, Blair.
Hey, COVID was one of the biggest shams and lies ever perpetrated on the American people. I mean, you figure they lied about the origin of where it came from. They lied about the effectiveness of the jab. They lied about the side effects of the jab. They lied about herd immunity. They kept small businesses closed while big box stores were allowed to open. I mean, there was so much fraud committed during COVID. It was unbelievable. Yeah. And I don't think, and look how many small businesses went under because of it.
No. See, all your points are very well, and all your points are very good. And all your points might be true, and I lean toward some of them being true, maybe some of them not. But what we could agree on, I think, as Americans, is the one person who could shed some light on all this was the person sitting there today, and he selectively decided not to offer any answers to that. That's what's problematic to me. There is one person. Go ahead.
And why do you think his office lobbied the Biden administration to give him a pardon?
Oh, well, absolutely. What's going to happen, though, is going to be another lawsuit out of this. In so much as when you're given a pardon, you're probably, and there'll be legal entanglements here, but you're probably in contempt when you take the fifth, because I think you sort of punt on that ability to do it. And that's something today that happened, but it's going to be interesting to see if they follow up on that. Anyway, 866-391-1020. Man, this Abigail Gardner news. Hey, again, at the very beginning when she said what she said about me and Bridges and the such, I really didn't have an opinion. I didn't really care. People say mean stuff about me all the time. The only time I had an opinion was when I was deluged with emails from people that it actually affected. Her words actually affected. And then I said, yeah, she probably shouldn't be the county spokesperson. You know, in Rick Earl's reporting she's getting her job back probably next week. Not even what she said as much as not having an ability to say the right thing in a situation. That's why she shouldn't be the county spokesperson. Doesn't have anything to do with me. It has to do about split-second decision-making, and in this case, not even split-second decision-making. She took the time to video herself and then send it out and then press send and all that kind of stuff. I just question her acumen, particularly in crisis communication. This wasn't even crisis communication. She platformed hate speech. 866-391-1020 is that number. Traffic now. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of a traffic collision in the northbound lane of Route 28 near Turin-Borough with several crews on the scene of the accident, which is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 515. Rush hour congestion continues to build up across the city. The biggest delays, though, remain on the Parkway West inbound, where traffic is backed up approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel and stays slow across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. On the Parkway East, it's heavily congested in both directions. Westbound traffic is crawling from the Edgewood area and Squirrel Hill area through the South Oakland Strip into downtown, while eastbound drivers are seeing stop-and-go conditions leaving the city towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Traffic is also slow on I-279 southbound approaching the North Shore interchange and into downtown, with delays extending onto connecting ramps, while Route 28 is slowing near the East Street interchange but continues to move better than most of the parkways overall. With AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to Colin Dunlap on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from big wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
The summer of savings continue at Coons Market. Isn't that right, Frank Dentisi?
Right, Rob. In our meat department, USDA Choice Semi-Boneless New York Strip Steaks are $9.99 a pound. In the produce department, red ripe seedless watermelons are $3.99 each. In our deli, Isley's chipped ham, $3.99 a pound. And additional savings this week, selected varieties of Popsicle Pops, 12 to 18 count package, $3.99 each.
It's happening now at Coons Market, a Pittsburgh tradition.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
ZipRecruiter.
Here we are, PJ Fitzpatrick, or excuse me, Goldberg, Persky, and White, pioneers in asbestos litigation news desk. A look ahead what's happening 5:30. Rob Taylor.
Calling a truck crashes into a home. I'll tell you where this happened. Coming up at 5:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It is hot. Yep, summer. You know what that means. Summer sales event at Schultz Ford. Check out all those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling. And listen, maybe you want to sit in the air conditioner and do your car shopping. That's fine. Right at home, right there in your home office. How about SchultzFord.com? Do that. Then head out to one of those great locations. Customer service cannot be beat. Summer sales event. Get there now. Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. A dismal day on Wall Street, even though the Federal Reserve voted to keep interest rates unchanged again, easing worries about a possible surprise rate increase. But with fighting between the U.S. and Iran heating up again, oil shot nearly 7% higher, and bond yields rose to an almost 2-decade high. So investors got spooked about another endless war in the Middle East, and with that, the Dow tumbled 1,153 points. That's a more than 2% decline. The Nasdaq down 434, 1.75% lower, and the S&P lost 1.5%, down 113 points. And oil is back around $85 a barrel. Late earnings today from Meta Platforms. It gave a lackluster third-quarter revenue forecast. Those shares moving lower in after-hours trading. Much better results from Microsoft thanks to its Azure cloud computing unit. And Mattel unveiling this year's signature collection Barbie holiday doll. It comes in a variety of skin tones and hairstyles for all to enjoy. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
You've heard the news. Now talk about it with Colin Dunlap on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right. Man, you know what I'm not here for? And by the way, stay on the line. I'll grab your calls on Fauci, on everything else, yada, 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 yada. You know what started today? And look, I get the dissemination game. I get what you got to do for work. I get that you got to put out, all that kind of stuff. And it's your job. But one thing I was not prepared for that hit me like a ton of bricks today, as I'm kind of looking for stuff on social media. Not looking for things, but, hitting reload here and there or whatever, is play-by-play from Latrobe, from Steeler camp. I was not prepared for the avalanche of, in this drill, this guy who probably won't make the team had a 2-yard run, and he was tackled by this guy from North Carolina A&T or from Northwest Idaho State that is a double number that tackled him, and it was a great play, and man, he's looking good. And I'm like, well, they don't tackle in camp. McCarthy said that. So he was, pushed out by this guy. And my timeline is just filled with training camp play-by-play. Really nice throw by this quarterback. He threw to some guy who has no shot in heck of making the team for a gain of 3 yards in a drill where there were no defenders. Again, I get it's their job. But when you constantly disseminate, that doesn't ever leave you time to observe. And maybe I'm just an old school guy and I'd rather see long form or I'd rather see more thinking person stuff. But the constant information dissemination, I just wonder where when people cover events or go to practices, and there's nothing more boring than football practice, when they go to it, how it ever leaves them time to observe when they're constantly disseminating. But here we are. We're in the middle of it. Training camp has started, and play-by-play of practice is right there on our phones. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. Getting reports of an accident on the 200 block of Little Deer Creek Road in Indiana Township, which is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways, the evening rush remains slow across much of the city. On the Parkway West inbound, it continues to see heavy congestion approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with stop-and-go traffic across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. On the Parkway East, westbound traffic is backed up from South Oakland through Greenfield and into downtown, while eastbound traffic is also slow leaving the city. Delays begin near the Crosstown Boulevard Strip and continuing towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. Also, drivers on I-279 southbound should expect delays approaching the North Shore interchange, while traffic on Route 28 remains slow from Troy Hill into the East Street interchange. And Route 51 approaching the Liberty Tunnel is also seeing heavier than normal volumes. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
For almost 40 years, Rugby Realty has been a leading real estate company in the heart of Pittsburgh. They specialize in the operation and leasing of iconic office buildings. One Oxford Center, Frick Building, and the Coppers Building. Rugby Realty is leading the effort of converting historic office buildings into luxury apartments and hotels, including the Gulf Tower in 933 Penn Avenue and 4 Allegheny Center on the north side. Thank you, Rugby Realty, for supporting Pittsburgh Public Schools' annual backpack campaign.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
As parents, we have a million things running through our minds. Playdates, checkups, groceries, laundry, diapers, work, carpool schedules, picture day, swim team, did we mention diapers, birthday parties, meal prep, lost permission slips, dentist appointments, and the dog that still needs to be walked. So it's easy to make a mistake. Oh, I forgot birthday candles. Sit tight, hon, I'll be right back. We say we'd never put our kids in danger by leaving them in the car alone. Oh, wait, since when are candles not on the baking aisle? But never happens. And temperatures as low as 60 degrees can be deadly for children left behind. So always bring them with you, and every time you park the car, stop, look, lock. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
The world used to be afraid to say the word AIDS. Now, we speak out.
I just want to raise money to make sure people have dignity for the rest of their life and be able to live a little better.
We thought it was a disease that affected a few. Now we know it affects us all. Every year around the world, we reach hundreds of thousands with testing, prevention, and treatment. But HIV isn't over. More than 150,000 people are living with HIV in the United States, and they don't know it. But while others are cutting back, we are stepping up. When the world looked away, we didn't, and we never will.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 5:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police say a flatbed truck flipped and crashed into a home in Murraysville this afternoon. It happened around 1 o'clock this afternoon in the 100 block of Sand Dune Drive. 2 people were injured in the incident, the driver of the truck and a woman inside the home. There was serious damage to the home, which has been deemed as, quote, unsafe by a code enforcement officer in Murraysville. A crash is under investigation. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the retired public health official who became the face of the federal response to COVID, cited his constitutional right against self-incrimination today and refusing to answer questions posed by a GOP-controlled Senate panel. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Given Senator Paul's obvious obsession,
Dr. Anthony Fauci said Committee Chair Rand Paul is bent on seeing him put behind bars, rather than answering questions about the origins of COVID and whether it might have stemmed from U.S.-backed research in China. Fauci declined.
Based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment,
Paul vowed repercussions.
It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress.
When Fauci's attorney tried to speak,
Sir, you are not recognized.
Paul ordered him removed.
Security.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Pittsburgh International Airport today debuted its first outdoor terrace, officially called the UPMC Terrace. Director of Public Affairs Bob Kurlick telling the Big K Morning Show this latest addition to the new terminal is inspiring.
Because there's walking trails. We have over 40 species of plants that are out there. There's benches where people can enjoy food items. So it's really a great chance to get outdoors. Kids can walk around burn off some energy on the walking trails. Adults can sit down, relax. You can see the airfield from there. You can see planes taking off and landing.
And he says no security is required. That's because the terrace is positioned pre-security, meaning it's accessible to meeters, greeters, airport employees, and the general public, not just ticketed passengers. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates fall to the Diamondbacks earlier today, 3-0 at PNC Park. Pirates off to Cincinnati. 4-game set against the Reds begins tomorrow. KDK Radio News Time, it's 5:32. Time to call Dina Schmid and Michael Coleman at One Health Benefits at 724-799-8873 for the right health insurance plan that can save you thousands. We've got KDK AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell and Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell and Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
The pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
All right, traffic time. PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The evening commute remains slow across the region. The Parkway West inbound is heavily congested approaching the Fort Pitt Tunnel, with delays continuing across the Fort Pitt Bridge into downtown. On the Parkway East, westbound traffic is stop and go from South Oakland through Greenfield towards downtown, while eastbound drivers are also seeing delays leaving the city with slow traffic approaching the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the North Shore, it is busy with slowdowns on I-279 southbound approaching the downtown exits. Traffic is also heavy on Route 51 heading towards the Liberty Tunnel, while Route 28 remains slow through the Troy Hill area and into the North Side interchange. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky will stay mainly clear as we head through tonight. We'll get down to 57 for an overnight low. It's going to be a pretty sunny day for tomorrow with a high around 82. Partly sunny for Friday, high 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at KennyRoss.com.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Got our weekly visit with Dr. Mike, and we'll check in with Bill Hillgrove as the Steelers are in training camp in Latrobe.
All right, before we're out of here today, I'm going to tell you where in this good on Channel 2 television, good on KDKA television, I should say, they reported, and I haven't seen it anywhere else, about a story where disaster was narrowly averted. And I mean, and when I say disaster, I mean disaster was narrowly averted. It just was. This Fauci stuff, and we don't have much time left, so I don't know, 24 minutes or something. So I'm going to talk about it a little bit more. I hope we can get away from, and we're never going to, so it's a hope that's never going to come to fruition, from just putting people in two canisters. And I was thinking that maybe today would be a springboard to that, but I doubt it. And what I mean by it was the words from Fetterman were so good. It's so good that I think I should play him again. What Fetterman said pretty much was, hey, it doesn't matter what team you're on. And also, what started out as something that so many people saw as right wing or whatever ended up being, well, kind of common thought. So why in the world aren't we trying to get down to answers? Because there are answers for everybody. Give a listen to Fetterman.
It's not about much more your regrets, but I have one. And that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory. And I thought it seemed to make sense. Now, there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing. And now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, after for all of that.
That was the most honest thing that was said today. It just was. And what it'll turn into, and this is odd because he talks about partisan truth, what it'll turn into, and it probably has turned into already, I haven't looked at social media and I haven't watched the traditional media, in an odd way, and the irony is he'll be vilified by his own party for saying that. When he's just trying to say, let's all work together, everybody should listen to everyone else, and it's okay if the other side, the other team, the people in the blue shirts or the people in the red shirts or the people in the red shirts or the blue shirts, no matter what side you're on, it's okay if they actually have the answer, that we should be an audience for them. When I heard that today, and I watched that whole charade today, and it became a charade when the attorney wouldn't sit in the second row where he was supposed to sit. But when Fetterman said that today, I said, I don't want to say I've seen enough, but I've seen it all. If you want to write a synopsis of this, that's what it is. Certainly the story is that Fauci said the same thing 113 times or whatever.
Under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions.
Yeah, that's the story, and it should be. And people on all sides want answers. But Fetterman encapsulated it better than anyone could. David's in West Mifflin. Hi, David.
Hey, Colin. Good afternoon, sir. Good evening. How are you, sir?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for asking. How are you?
Good, buddy. Real quick, I think that the reason why he pleaded the fifth, he had the presidential pen pardon from Sleepy Joe, but here's the truth. Somewhere in between what he was asked today is the truth. Obviously, the left glorified him. They think he's like a superhero, an Avenger. And then, of course, people like me and you, I don't know where you stand. I don't want to put words in your mouth. I'll call him Dr. Fauci Stein because I think he knew, just like about the AIDS epidemic in the 80s, he effed up. And he's a freaking moron. And then he's getting glorified by the left, Susan Crawford's calling him, all the bigwigs, all the media elite are loving him, having dinner with Big Tapper and his wife and all that. I just think this was all a show, but I think they need to go after this guy. I don't care how old he is. The media's going to say, oh, he's too old to go to jail. I think he needs to suffer worse than those poor people that when they were burying their dead, they had to grieve as they did. Like if somebody lost a family member, they couldn't be one. That's what I think hits home the most. And I think you're right. Our senator was very eloquent in the way he waxed philosophical today.
I think that, albeit he's constitutionally protected, I think that he took the coward's way out today. I just do. And you can hate me for that. And David's somebody with a sharp tongue, and he's somebody who called names and did that. I'm not there. But he was given a platform, the biggest one, national TV, live TV, the whole nation stage, to explain himself to both sides, both detractors and supporters, and you can go a long way. Just as I've said with the Epstein files. If you're not trying to hide anything, put them out there, unredacted, let us see. And you live under the suspicion of you're hiding something unless you, let people see them. Same with Fauci. But what will become the story as opposed to COVID's reaction, COVID's origination, Wuhan and all that, what we move on from and it becomes the story and it sort of overrides what should be the story, which is getting the answers, is the prying apart of America into two almost equal pieces because even though the independents are growing, they're not going to be in one of these two places. The story will evolve quickly, if it hasn't already, into this. You support Fauci, okay. You don't like Fauci, you hate him. But what should be the second-day story is just because you want Fauci to answer does not mean you love Rand Paul. It does not mean you love RFK Jr. It does not mean you're wearing a MAGA hat. Maybe you just want him to answer. Just like I'm not going to team with David and scream and yell and call Fauci a bunch of names. But I'm certainly not going to go on the other side and say, well, he has the opportunity to take the fifth. That's the best move. That's what he should have did. See, he's constitutionally protected. So we get the answers, and that's what it is. He's not guilty of anything. Well, if he's not, then let us know. And the reason why is this wasn't something innocuous. It wasn't even something that was only self-serving and there weren't victims. It affected all of us in this country. If it was just some guy getting rich on some scheme and it was a victimless crime or something, okay. But it wasn't. There are a lot of people who are level-headed on both sides of the aisle who have real questions about things that hurt their development in their life, things that they'll never recover from business-wise or personally or health-wise, and also people who died that were close to them that they didn't get to spend the time with at the end of their life. And I really think those are valid points and valid questions that seemingly could be answered, particularly if you were in the throes of that. If you were people making those decisions, if you were Fauci, they could be answered pretty simply. But the avoidance of that, while it may be unfair for me to say this, it's a characterization of guilt. Unless you're just straight up with people. Or at least that's the way I've always seen it. In a way, you're hiding behind our Constitution. And you're free to do that, and I'm free to think you're a coward. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, thanks, Colin. The Parkway East outbound is still slow through Oakland, but traffic is beginning to loosen past Technology Drive towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains congested through the Bathtub region, but is starting to improve slightly. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
For generations, you've listened to us in your kitchen, catching baseball games on your front porch, and ending your day as your bedtime buddy. Now, you can watch us every day on your TV with our new KDKA Radio YouTube page or by clicking on KDKARadio.com. It's presented by Metropolitan Windows. Same great content, more live visuals. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Have you saved enough? What are you going to do with Social Security? What will your taxes look like in retirement? Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane at Accurate Solutions Group believe retirement planning should be easy and you should be able to get all the information you need in one place. That's why Kurt and Ethan's team created the Your Retirement Kit, a comprehensive resource for your retirement. In it, you'll find a copy of the Retirement Income Planning Booklet. This booklet will help guide you through retirement with insight on taxes, Social Security, income, and more. To get a copy of your retirement kit, text KIT to 412-515-3355. In addition to the booklet, you'll also receive updated resources on some of retirement's most common concerns. Help simplify your retirement planning. Claim your retirement kit from Kurt Knodik and Ethan Lane now by texting KIT to 412-515-3355. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
This July, celebrate red, white, and blue along with beautifully made custom window treatments from Lachina Drapery and Blind Factory. For over 60 years, Lachina has been manufacturing custom draperies in their own Dormont factory, filled with thousands of yards of quality fabrics. Visit Lachina's Dormont or Wexford showrooms, tour their factory, or schedule free shop-at-home service. From measuring to professional installation, Lachina does it all. Call 412-665-4900 or go to lachinadrapery.com.
Goldberg, Persky, White, Pioneers in Asbestos Litigation News Desk. A look ahead to see what Rob Taylor's got going on at 6. Hi, Rob.
What's going on, Colin? Police making a welfare check. They found a man who was shot to death. We'll tell you where this happened coming up 6 o'clock on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDK.
It's a match made in heaven. Your drive home and Colin Dunlap. Only on 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Man, that's unfortunate. That news, yikes. Man. Anyhow, so all credit to Channel 2 News here, KDKA Television. They had this story. I've not seen it anywhere else. And we celebrated the Commercial Street Bridge project. Okay, there were, I don't know, last count, 1,832 politicians standing on the bridge the other day for that ribbon cutting, all taking credit for it, including politicians from, like, Dormont. Really, I'm not kidding about that. People who had no business there taking credit for it. So it was a grand celebration. The governor swooped in, jumped in front of cameras. Lieutenant governor, same thing. And they left out the fact that, you know, it was really Mr. Zhang and those people that kind of did all the work. But anyway, it was all sunshine and roses. It was all celebration. And, man, they got it done fast. And they should have celebrated because it's beautiful. It was a architectural marvel and all of that, an engineering feat, everything. But Channel 2 has this story where we weren't that far off from disastrous consequences. And I've not seen this anywhere else. And I'm going to read straight from KDKA Television's website, because good on them for getting this. About 24 hours after the Commercial Street Bridge was imploded, crews hit dynamite that had unknowingly failed to detonate, causing another explosion that sent workers running. Around 7:40 a.m. on July 17th, PennDOT cameras captured the moment at the Parkway East construction site. It showed a blast followed by a plume of dust filling the air, almost exactly 24 hours after contractors blasted the old Commercial Street Bridge. In the video, you can see what appeared to be workers running away as others turned to look, trying to figure out what had happened. District 11 Senior Assistant Construction Manager John Myler confirmed to KDKA, that's KDKA Television, not us, that as crews were cleaning up debris from the demolition of the bridge, a piece of equipment hit an explosive that hadn't gone off. He's quoted as saying, Mr. Myler is, everybody was caught off guard by it for sure. One of the operators struck a piece, doing demolition on the bridge, struck a piece of unknown and unexploded dynamite, and that set it off. It's a pretty nonchalant quote considering the depth of everything. Anyway, the demolition contractors initially combed the area after the implosion on Thursday and gave the all clear, but following the incident July 17th, they were called back to the site to make sure there was no other unexploded dynamite remaining. For some reason, that one stick apparently was not detonated, Myler said. Certainly unsettling to come across something like that. Well, yeah. About 12 hours later, workers got another all clear and crews were allowed to return to work. Myler said no one was hurt and no equipment was damaged, and he said PennDOT doesn't plan to pursue any further investigation with the contractor. This was just an errant mistake in the process, Mr. Myler said. Well, and he's not downplaying it. He's just giving quotes and giving comments about what happened. But that's like a mistake you can't make. I don't know anything about explosives. I don't know anything about stuff like that. And I don't know how you track which explosive device went off and double and triple check that if you set, I don't know, just for sake of round numbers, if you set 100 of them, all 100 went off. There have to be a way to document that or a way to kind of have receipts or whatever. But in a sense, if you had 100 set and 99 went off, it's kind of a big deal. You still got one that's hot, that's down there. Had someone been close to that, or had somebody even just been in a vehicle or a clearing device that was near there and just got blown to bits, or even debris had hit them, it could have been a disaster. So thank goodness no one was hurt, and thank goodness it was close to being a catastrophe and not a catastrophe. So, whew. Anyway. All right, be back tomorrow, regular time, 2 to 6. Talk to you then. PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Thanks, Colin. The Parkway East outbound remains slow moving through Oakland, but traffic is gradually improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it is clogged through the Bathtub region, though delays are easing slightly. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. Police say a flatbed truck flipped and then crashed into a home in Murraysville this afternoon. It happened in the 100 block of Sand Dune Drive around 1 o'clock this afternoon. 2 people were injured in the incident, the driver of the truck and a woman inside the home. There was serious damage to the home, which was deemed as, quote, unsafe by a Murraysville code enforcement officer. That incident is under investigation. Well, police making a welfare check in North Versailles found a man who was shot to death overnight. Allegheny County Police say the discovery was made around 1:30 this morning in the 500 block of Irishtown Road, where the man was found in the street. He was suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. He died at the scene. Man's identity has not been released. No word on any suspect descriptions. Well, a 19-year-old who was 15 when police say he shot and killed a fellow Oliver Citywide Academy student, he learned his fate today. A judge sentenced Jameer Perry, as mentioned, now 19 years old, to 35 years to life in prison for killing Derek Harris in May of 2023. Even though Perry pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, 35 years is the mandatory minimum sentence for first-degree murder committed as a juvenile. Oliver Citywide Academy on Pittsburgh's north side was a school for special needs students in grades 3 through 12. Pittsburgh Public School District has since closed the school. Well, Pittsburgh International Airport today debuted its first outdoor terrace, officially called the UPMC Terrace. Director of Public Affairs Bob Kurlick telling the Big K Morning Show this latest addition to the new terminal is inspiring.
Because there's walking trails. We have over 40 species of plants that are out there. There's benches where people can enjoy food items. So it's really a great chance to get outdoors. Kids can walk around burn off some energy on the walking trails. Adults can sit down, relax. You can see the airfield from there. You can see planes taking off and landing.
And he says no security is required. That's because the terrace is positioned pre-security, meaning it's accessible to meeters, greeters, airport employees, and the general public, not just ticketed passengers. On Wall Street today, the Dow, with a very bad day, down 1,100 points at 51,594. NASDAQ closed down 433 points, and the S&P closed down 112 points. KDK Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates dropped the rubber game of the three-game set to the Arizona Diamondbacks earlier today at PNC Park. Final score 3-0. Pirates will start a four-game set in Cincinnati starting tomorrow. The news brought to you by the elder law attorneys of Julian Gray Associates. Safeguard your assets and ensure your wishes are honored. KDK Radio News Time at 6:03 on the dot. Let's get to KDK AAA traffic and the AccuWeather forecast next.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters.
Well, it's official. My friends have all switched to Pure Talk because I told them they could save a bunch of money on a super reliable high-speed network with unlimited data. And because they're my friends, they trust me. As for the rest of you, well, Pure Talk understands that even though you might like me, you're not just going to take my word for it, nor should you. For that reason, and for a very limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited plan that normally sells for $65 a month. Think of it like a test drive, a super simple way to save $150 while you kick the tires on Pure Talk's blazing fast network, and a fine way to see for yourself why I switched from Big Wireless, along with a few 100,000 of my closest friends. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and be connected to Pure Talk's friendly U.S. customer service team. Again, dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
KDKA traffic on the 5s.
Powering latest to a midweek Wednesday, your Pratt packet is 6:05 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center. KDK AAA traffic powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here again is Logan.
Rob, getting reports of an accident at the intersection of Lovedale Road and Pierce Road in Lincoln Borough with several crews on the scene of the accident. It is causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 6:05 once again. Traffic remains dense but is improving in some waves. The Parkway East and Parkway West outbound are still slow moving, but just not at the full gridlock levels that they were at earlier. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it will be comfortable with a low of 57. We'll have a good deal of sunshine throughout the day for tomorrow with a high of 82. Mainly clear tomorrow night, a low around 58 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-323-8922. 800-323-8922. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-323-8922.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hear about it, then talk about it. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
We got Logan manning his Starship Enterprise, and Rob Taylor's at the anchor desk. It's your Pratt Pack. It's a Wednesday. We have a busy night, so let's get going. We're going to start with some local news, and appropriate because the midterms are just around the bend. With fewer than 100 days before the midterm elections and Republicans confronting a daunting political landscape, the Pennsylvania GOP remains embroiled in a fierce battle from within its hardcore base. Voters are openly warning with, established leaders. The internal struggle burst into public view during the primary when an insurgent push to unseat longtime state Senate incumbents led to a series of costly primary races that deeply divided the party. Infighting has extended to county Republican committees across southwestern Pennsylvania, where political outsiders are grappling for control, mobilized by President Donald Trump's own victory in the national GOP scene. Listen, I'm just going to say this, and I'm going to say it once. Everybody's got to quit trying to get the momentum of whoever is in the nation's capital behind their brand. Did it with Joe Biden, did it with Donald Trump the first time in 2016, and did it again in this past election. Not to say that that office in the nation's capital isn't important, but it's not as important as what's going on in Pennsylvania. You see, they want us to fight amongst each other. They want us to grapple. Love that word, because it's a constant struggle against the immovable force, right? That is your personality, your will, your ability to want to achieve and get the best for your party. But this brings out the best in nobody when you're fighting within your own party. We need a two-political party system. And what everybody needs to be focusing on is who's running for office in Pennsylvania. One of the reasons why we have Jonathan Salant coming up tonight from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette talking about the governor's race. That's the most important race that is going on right now. There is nothing more important than that. Why? Because that's going to give us a chance to move the meter again. Do you understand that we in Pennsylvania, if we continue this infighting, we're going to drop the ball on opportunities that are right smack dab in front of our very eyes. Opportunities of industry, natural gas, nuclear energy, steel, coal, all the things that made America, with all due respect, Mr. President, great the first time. You want better meds and eds? You'll get it. You want more money for your public schools? You want better roads and bridges? All of that will be accomplished, but you got to get people into office in Pennsylvania who's going to help manufacturing, help the building trades, help young people come out of the high school classroom and say, you know what, I just want a good paycheck and I want to, break a sweat. I want to go to work and build things. So don't take your eye too far off the ball because the game may pass you by. Now, another story I saw just moments ago in the PG. J.D. Prost is the guy, PennLive.com. A billionaire Republican mega donor with controversial ties to a conservative U.S. Supreme Court justice has given thousands of dollars to Democratic Senator John Fetterman. The latest campaign finance filings with the Federal Elections Commission show that a Texas-based real estate individual contributed more than $7,000 to Fetterman's Senate campaign committee via two 3,500 donations on June 30th. Now, look, that's not going to break the bank. But what does that tell me? They want this guy. The Republicans are literally just chomping at the bit to get the big fella with the Ivy League diploma, the former mayor of Braddock, to jump ship. And let me just say to you, Mr. Fetterman, please don't. We need you. Not just because I'm a member of the Democratic Party, but we need how you think. Right now, in my opinion, and I look at the U.S. Senate daily news and notes every day, same with the Congress, same with what's happening in the Trump administration, same what's happening with the Josh Shapiro administration, every day, because they're newsmakers. They make things happen, right? But the thing that I love about John Fetterman, he's the only one who truly is an old school politician, old school Democrat, who really thinks about the big picture. Now that he is in office and he is that U.S. Senator representing Pennsylvania, all of the counties, all of the people, whether they be Democratic or Republican, he is doing his best to give them a fighting chance. And there are times that he's even rubbed members of his own party the wrong way. But you need to get over it. And if you think about primarying this guy, that will be the biggest mistake that this party in Pennsylvania has ever done. Because if you go against this man and you push him to the point where he could spill over to the R side, meaning the Republican side, I don't know if my party will ever overcome that, ever. In my lifetime, for sure, it won't. We need two political parties now to get back to the basics, thinking about how we can create a better working environment and an environment for people to raise their family and get a job that gives them the paycheck to do that. Not everybody wants to go to an Ivy League school. For that matter, not everybody wants to go to college. But with trade schools and opportunities to become carpenters, electricians, and plumbers, we at least have to have work for them. And how do you spawn work? You get out there and you get private business to visit, to lean in, to invest. And then you simply say, you're the Fortune 500 company. You go to work. I'm going back to Washington, D.C., and maybe somehow, some way, through networking, we'll get more of companies like yours to come to Pennsylvania because we have everything that they need to succeed. But we in this country need more people representing government, not just the Democratic Party, but government, like the big guy, John Fetterman. All right, some other things that have kind of piqued my interest a little bit. You know, I always talk about education, how important it is. And when you think of education in this region, you think of Pitt, my all-time favorite. You've got Duquesne in there, Carnegie Mellon, Robert Morris, all great schools in their own right. But Penn West University is highly important. So some news for them today. James J.D. Fisher, a graduate of Edinburgh University, who served as Pennsylvania Western University's interim provost for 2 years, will now lead the tri-campus school temporarily. State University leaders unanimously appointed Fisher to the interim presidency today, and this morning, as a matter of fact, succeeding John Anderson, who was tapped earlier this month to lead the Utah Valley University. So, I want you to understand, when you see Penn West, you think about all of the young people back in the day when they were standing alone before this merger, got degrees there and went out into the workforce, many of them school teachers and more. It was an affordable education that the greatest generation, through working in that mill and a summer job or two in that mill for the students, were able to matriculate and graduate from these incredible schools that now come under one name. These state universities are the life's blood of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. If you get the middle class going again in manufacturing and you get a good paycheck, so when people start raising children of their own, these people will not be drowning in student loan debt because they'll be able to get an affordable education from Penn West. That's why when this story broke, I wanted to bring it up, because anything that school, that Penn West brand is talking about, I'm talking about. Why? Because it's the future. And as much as I talk manufacturing, we still need student teachers to become full-time teachers. And we're going to talk about that student-teacher situation a little bit later tonight. As always, you can listen to us at 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDKA on the Odyssey app, AUDACY. But you can also watch us online, KDK Video Stream, presented by Metropolitan Window Company. Just go to KDKRadio.com and click on Watch KDK Radio Livestream. And now you can just go to our KDK Radio YouTube page to see everything we are doing in the studios. Don't forget, if you know someone in your community who has done something extraordinary in the past year, nominate them now, KDKRadio.com, to be honored at this year's Larry's Hometown Heroes event. It is 6:15. From the P.J. Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDK AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
Rob, there's several crews on the scene of the accident on the intersection of Broadlawn Drive and Scenery Drive in Elizabeth Township. Also, another accident being reported at the intersection of Lovedale Road and Pierce Road in Lincoln Borough. Both of those accidents causing delays. Now taking a look at the major roadways once again at 6:15. The Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains heavy, but is beginning to loosen across the bathtub region of the city. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
I'm with Joe Potocznik from JP Roofing and Siding, a platinum preferred contractor from Owens Corning. Joe, what does that mean?
It's an elite status. We earn that by using Owens Corning products to qualify for the platinum preferred warranty. That's a 50-year warranty on the materials and 25-year on the labor, 100%.
That's the upper 1% in America after 45 years, Joe. Congratulations.
Thank you, Larry.
Call JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to Supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At Supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to Supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's Supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Nate Bargatze. It's a lot to have 2 dogs because you got to open the back door and let 2 dogs out.
Big Dumb Eyes World Tour. PPG Paints Arena, July 30th and 31st. Tickets available at Ticketmaster.com.
All right, 20 inside the hour of 6 o'clock from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk. Here is my man, Rob Taylor, at the anchor desk.
And Rob, 2 people were injured after a truck crashed into a home today. We'll tell you where it happened coming up at 6:30 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDK.
I'm going to tell you about a famous day taking place in Waynesburg today. I got the big story for you folks. Moments away. Right now, Bloomberg Money Minute Report, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Blowout revenue last quarter at Microsoft's Azure cloud computing unit, up 43% from a year ago, a sign that the billions it's spending on AI and to develop its own AI models is starting to pay off. Shares higher in late trading. But at Meta Platforms, despite solid earnings for last quarter, it gave a disappointing revenue forecast, sparking worries about its breakneck spending pace on AI. Those shares are lower in after-hours trading. Earlier today, the Federal Reserve kept interest rates unchanged, but with oil shooting higher on renewed fighting between the U.S. and Iran, stocks took a plunge. The Dow down 1,153 points, a more than 2% fall. The Nasdaq down 434. That's 1.75% lower. The S&P lost 1.5%, down 113 points, and oil back near $85 a barrel. And DoorDash, the nation's biggest food delivery company, building its own food delivery drones. Look for it to start this fall. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Rob Taylor, your attention, please. So, and Logan probably knows this because he's a Waynesburg University grad, as is Greg Finley. You know what today is in Waynesburg? You probably know.
I do know. I didn't know until recently, but it's rain day.
Well, listen, and Logan, if you want to come in here and chime in on this, you're welcome. But 119 days out of 152, it's rained in Waynesburg.
Well,
I know, but I'm just
Logan would know. Logan, aren't you a Waynesburg?
I'm very well versed when it comes to the rain day world. I know all about it because that's the only holiday that Waynesburg has designated to itself.
How smart are my producers? I mean, come on, man. All right, Logan. Listen, I just saw the footage. I may have been to Waynesburg once because I've been everywhere once. But I want to go. I saw the footage on KDK with Ken Rice. I want to go to Waynesburg. It looks like a cool little town. So tell me all about rain day in Waynesburg. Go ahead, Logan.
Well, you would think if I was there for 4 years, I would maybe have more insight on it. I really was only there one time, and it's really cool, Rob, because they set up basically a carnival setup, and they have live music going on. They have vendors, different food setups that you can go out and try, and it really is a fun day. It's just really comical to think about that Waynesburg, out of all the things that you could be known for, they're known for rain day, the same day every year, and it really is a weather phenomenon that continues to happen. Did it rain or did it not rain
it did
today?
I don't think it rained today. Maybe it did. All I saw was the sun shining on Main Street in Waynesburg, so I'm not so sure if it did rain or not. Maybe we can do the deep dive on that and find out. But let me say this, gentlemen. It's also a sad day for those of us who love Waynesburg University. In another life, I actually was their spokesperson for a number of years, so really good people. But because the Pirates lost to the Diamondbacks today and last night, I made a bold prediction, Logan, and this is where we need you to jump in here. I believed if they would have swept the Diamondbacks, they would have went after Mason Miller, maybe O'Neal Cruz, because his name, whether people like it or not, has been popping up again as far as possible trade material. I don't think they're going to go get him now because I think the Pirates and Diamondbacks really are pushing to try to get that wild card spot, and I think it's going to be tough for the Pirates now. Connor Griffin's not coming back till September. I'm not giving up hope, but if they would have swept Arizona, I think by Sunday we would have had Mason Miller back, a Waynesburg University former baseball player there in Bethel Park. I believe he would have been back in a Pirate uniform. So what do you think, Logan?
That's something I've been pushing for too, Rob. As you know, there's just so many different components that go into it. And the Pirates very easily, just as easily as they lost the series to Arizona, I think it was also within reason that they could have won the series. Last night was maybe the greatest comeback that I have seen at PNC Park outside of one or two different times, one of them being Lanny Fratteri, who is Waynesburg University ties as well. He called the great Brian Giles Grand Slam walk-off back around 2000. But, there's so many different components that go into this. Mason Miller would be great. Seth Hernandez, who is a guy that was thrown out there as a Pirates prospect that could be given to the Padres in exchange for Mason Miller. Now, he has an oblique strain or an oblique injury that's going to hold him back. So maybe that was the right move for the Pirates to make. People will argue against it. But now O'Neal Cruz, he will be resuming baseball activities, but because the Pirates put him on the injured list through a certain number of days, he has to wait all the way until a week into August before he can come back and help the Major League team. So it's kind of interesting how the Pirates are going to have to allocate their resources at this deadline here.
Yeah. Rob, we got a Pirates insider right here. This is
I'm
the
telling
Pirates
you,
insider, Logan.
Listen,
I appreciate that.
You realize what's going to happen if I suffer an oblique strain? Guess who's coming in for me on Black and Gold Sunday? We want Arm Blaster. Get him in here. Listen, if people really knew the truth, I learn all my sports from my producers. I just drink coffee and talk to them.
I just learned about 5 different things from the Pirates from Logan just now.
Oh, my goodness. And
I didn't pay them to say that, by the way.
No, I'm telling
Thank you.
And Rob, I just want to give a shout out to the new Pittsburgh Courier. I absolutely love, and I love the video stuff too. You guys being on location at meetings and stuff. It's really a cool paper, man.
Oh, you know it's thanks, Rob. Yeah, it's coming out. It actually came out today. We come out every Wednesday, and of course, if you can't find the print edition, you can go to newpittsburghcourier.com. We were at the Pirates game the past 2 nights. We were there for the victory in extra innings Monday night, and then of course we stayed to the 12th inning. And I know a little bit.
All right, so then you can help me with this. My man Mike, who lives in the Hill, called me last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I was promoting this Live Nation, the Wiley Theater.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Read about it before in the New Pittsburgh Courier, read about it recently in the PG. Now, he said last night that's not considered the Hill anymore. Is that fact or fiction?
That's fiction.
Okay.
That is considered the Hill. That's the lower Hill. And, obviously before the Civic Arena and all that, there were people that lived there. And, of course, a number of African Americans were displaced when the Civic Arena when Civic Arena came. So yeah, that's definitely the Hill District. It's not downtown Hill District, but that's definitely the lower Hill District.
So promise me before I retire, whenever that is, you'll take me on a tour of the Hill.
Definitely.
I would love to go meet some of the folks because I have a lot of listeners who call me from the Hill, and it's been years and years and years since I've been there. But I'd just like to go see some of these places.
The New Granada Theater, which was a theater in the Hill District for just decades upon decades. It's been closed for 50 years. It's about to reopen.
Yeah, I saw the mayor was there.
Yeah, it's going to be reopening. The University of Pittsburgh Hill District Community Engagement Center is going to be the first tenant at the new Granada Theater, and eventually it's going to reopen. It's going to be a place for live performances and everything right there on Center Avenue next to the police station. So the Hill District revitalization continues along Center Avenue.
And you can also pick up that paper at the Beulah Road and the Highwood Street location of Coons Market. Okay, Rob, good stuff. Stay with us. We're just underway. We got lots to do tonight. It's your Pat Pack till 10. News next.
This year, America celebrates 250 years. 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
When you call yourself the voice of Pittsburgh, you have to know when to not talk. Sometimes you just need to be the ears of Pittsburgh. Just listen. Listen to what you have to say. These are complicated and uncertain times, but when you need us, we are here for you, and we're listening. A trusted source that you can count on to be here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
In the United States, a vehicle is stolen every 31 seconds, about as long as this message. Luckily, you can take a few easy steps to protect your car in the same amount of time. Remove your valuables, roll up your windows, don't leave your car running unattended, lock your doors, and take your keys or fob. If you have information about a crime, call the police. If you suspect insurance fraud, contact NICB at reportinsurancefraud.org. A public service message from the National Insurance Crime Bureau.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 78 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 6:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police say a flatbed truck flipped, then crashed into a home in Murraysville. It happened this afternoon around 1 o'clock at the 100 block of Sand Dune Drive. 2 people were injured in that incident, the driver of the truck and a woman who was inside the home. There was serious damage to the home, which has been deemed as, quote, unsafe by a Murraysville code enforcement officer. That incident is under investigation. Dr. Anthony Fauci, the retired public health official who became the face of the federal response to COVID, cited his constitutional right against self-incrimination today in refusing to answer questions posed by a GOP-controlled Senate panel. ABC News national correspondent Stephen Portnoy has more from Washington.
Given Senator Paul's obvious obsession,
Dr. Anthony Fauci said Committee Chair Rand Paul is bent on seeing him put behind bars, rather than answering questions about the origins of COVID and whether it might have stemmed from U.S.-backed research in China. Fauci declined.
Based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment,
Paul vowed repercussions.
It's against the law to obstruct an investigation of Congress.
When Fauci's attorney tried to speak,
Sir, you are not recognized.
Paul ordered him removed.
Security.
Stephen Portnoy, ABC News, Washington.
Pittsburgh International Airport today debuted its first outdoor terrace, officially called the UPMC Terrace. Director of Public Affairs Bob Kurlick telling the Big K Morning Show this latest addition to the new terminal is inspiring.
Because there's walking trails. We have over 40 species of plants that are out there. There's benches where people can enjoy food items. So it's really a great chance to get outdoors. Kids can walk around burn off some energy on the walking trails. Adults can sit down, relax. You can see the airfield from there. You can see planes taking off and landing.
And he says no security is required. That's because the terrace is positioned pre-security, meaning it's accessible to meters, greeters, airport employees, and the general public, not just ticketed passengers. On Wall Street today, the Dow had a bad day, down 1,100 points today. NASDAQ was down 433, S&P 500 down 112 points. KDKA Sports brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates fall to the Arizona Diamondbacks today. 3-0. They dropped the series to Arizona. Now it's on to Cincinnati for a 4-game set starting tomorrow night. News brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick. For all your homes, windows, siding, doors, and bath, trust PJ.com. KDK Radio News Time, 6:32. Time to visit RomeMonuments.com. Life is a journey to remember. Memorialize that journey. RomeMonuments.com. We've got the AccuWeather forecast and KDK AAA traffic next.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Tech, sponsored by Ethos.
Starbucks is hoping AI can help it replace software from Microsoft and IBM. Bloomberg reports that Starbucks is developing an AI-based alternative to Microsoft's inventory management system and IBM's maintenance management software, and that could potentially save the coffee chain around $400 million that it spends each year on software, with Starbucks planning to cut overall spending by $2 billion. I'm Jason Brooks.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, it's Pony back to talk about my guys from Comer and Cross. If your garage floor is cracked and stained, you already know that it's making your entire garage look bad, and a bad epoxy job makes it look worse. With one easy call to Comer and Cross, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. You can get a quick estimate for a gleaming new Comer and Cross garage floor that you will love, just like I love mine. The Comer and Cross garage floor, gold standard. It is guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever. In just one day, Comer and Cross will fix all your cracks and pits perfectly. They'll apply the gleaming new Comer and Cross concrete floor you choose. They'll even move your stuff out of the garage for you. Several realtors now say a Comer and Cross garage floor can increase your home's value by up to 10%. With over 2,000 five-star reviews and 50% off installation right now, what are you waiting for? Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR right now. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or schedule us at COMERcross.com.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
KDKA traffic on the 5.
All right, 635 from the PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan Armblaster. Logan.
Thanks, Rob. There is reports of a vehicle fire with several crews on the scene of it at the intersection of Cross Street and Ohio River Boulevard in Leedsdale Borough. Just something to keep an eye on out there as you're on the roadways. Now taking a look at the major roadways at 635. The Parkway East outbound is still slow past Oakland in pockets, but traffic is steadily improving towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel. On the Parkway West outbound, it remains heavy but is beginning to loosen across the Bathtub region. And with AAA traffic, I'm Logan Arblaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky will stay mainly clear as we head through tonight. We'll get down to 57 for an overnight low. It's going to be a pretty sunny day for tomorrow with a high around 82. Partly sunny for Friday, high 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life, your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business? Ah.
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
The KDKA Radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
You know, it is like a holiday when the Steelers begin training camp, so I'm going to get the dynamic trio back in here, Logan Armblaster and Rob, to talk about the Steelers a little bit. And by the way, tonight, Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, the agent for Travis Kelce, who was recently at the big wedding at New York's Madison Square Garden. He has found time to spend a little time with me tonight to talk everything about the Steelers and some things happening in the National Football League. Also, we'll have columnist, writer from the PG, Jonathan Salant, talking about the gubernatorial race. And I have a lot of things to discuss with you in the open talk portion between 7 and 8, so I hope you'll stick with us until 10. So, realistically, what do you think the Steelers can do this year? Go ahead. You first, Rob.
Well, I think they can definitely be a playoff team and a team that can actually win a playoff game for the first time, in almost 10 years or so. I think the key right now is that we have Michael Pittman, a true bona fide receiver who can be a strong number 2, aside from
honestly,
next to DK Metcalf.
I don't know how Logan feels. He'll jump in here in a minute, but I still can't believe we have him.
And really didn't give up much at all. I mean, as far as a couple draft picks or future draft picks. Yeah, so I think that's the key right there, that Rodgers can look to his left, right. And as Pittman said, if they double team him, you'll have one-on-one coverage with Metcalf. If you double team Metcalf, it's one-on-one with Pittman. So far, that's what I like about this team is the offensive ability to throw the football. And you're going to have 2 real good options for Rodgers in his 42nd year of existence to throw to.
Let me go on record right now. If DK hears this or somebody tells him, I'm a big fan of this kid. Love him. Loved him in Seattle. Love him even more here. But you know what his favorite meal is during the day? He loves candy.
Oh, that's right. What, is it Skittles?
He loves it all. But Skittles is like his claim to fame.
I thought that was Marshawn Lynch, Rob, or is that also DK Metcalf?
Both of them.
Maybe he introduced him to it.
By the way, Marshawn Lynch in Euphoria, he was in that series with Zendaya. That guy's got an acting career. He tremendous. But anyway, we have a little place in Beaver called Grandpa Joe's, which is a candy store. I'm telling you, DK, if you like candy and a selection of candy, go to that Grandpa Joe's in Beaver. But what do you think? Do you think that DK Metcalf is going to have a breakout year because of Michael Pittman, Logan?
Well, I think the key thing that Rob was getting at was the theme of there's a lack of continuity within the Steelers' offense, and there has been in their offensive philosophy for a really long time. And I think that had a large part to do with Mike Tomlin. I think the guy's a great leader of men. He's proven that he can do it at the highest level, and he can get these guys ready to be motivated to play on Sundays. But from the strategic aspect of the game and how the NFL has shifted to such an adopted approach of momentum matters in the fourth quarter, in those big moments in the waning drives of games where you have to be on par and communicating well offensively, that's just something that in this new age of the NFL you have to have. So I think with an offensive-minded head coach now and Mike McCarthy, guys, I think that that's greatly going to benefit a guy like DK Metcalf, who told the media in the first day of training camp that there was times that they showed up on Sundays in January, almost 6 months of training together with Aaron Rodgers and the rest of the offense, that they weren't on the same page by the time Sundays came around. I mean, you start training together in July, and you mean to tell me that you weren't ready by the time you played in a playoff game to be on the same page? So I think there was a lot of miscommunication on the offensive side of the ball for really a long time, probably since Big Ben was going on the downhill in his career. So it's just, I think, with the newer offensive-minded coach and adding also Bernard in the draft as another wide receiver to Pittman will be an addition that can help the offense as well.
All right, let me shift to something else real quick because we're running out of time. You know how much I love the WNBA.
Oh, yeah.
So I go home last night. Seattle and Indiana were playing. That Caitlin Clark, I'm telling you right now.
Another 30-point game, right?
Oh, she's I mean, listen, I never saw anybody ever play that good on the playground when I was growing up. I've never covered a high school player, woman or man, who plays as well as she does. And guess whose birthday it is today in Pittsburgh?
Who?
The woman who has done more for, as she used to say, just call it basketball, Rob. Not ladies or the Pitt Panthers women or Duquesne. Call it basketball. Susie McConnell-Syria. She'd always tell him, listen, she could put the fear of God in me back in the day. Still, listen, I called one of her games when she was at Oakland Catholic. Mm-hmm. She's still the greatest coach I've ever, and I've witnessed them all in person, but actually broadcasting game, watching a coach perform. She would be perfect in some sort of administration role, even maybe a coach for a couple of years. We need to get a WNBA team in Pittsburgh. Somebody with big pockets. I saw that Mark Cuban bought some interest in the Oakland Athletics, so he's buying in on that. Come on, for all of the people that know him in Mount Lebanon, go bang on the door of any relative, and we need a WNBA team. It would work. Look, some of these places that they're selling out these stadiums, they're no bigger than Pittsburgh. Some are actually even smaller than Pittsburgh. And believe me, we have basketball fans. That would be such a major story. I mean, Philadelphia's got one. Cleveland's got one. Detroit's got one. Toronto, Canada. New York's got one. We need a WNBA team.
And I'm with you. And the WNBA, it's so on the rise now. I mean, you talk about that Indiana Fever, Seattle Storm game yesterday.
Yeah.
The final score was 105-95, 200 points in a WNBA game. And remember, they play, 8 minutes less than the NBA. So you're scoring 200 points. That's big-time offensive firepower. A lot more eyes are on the WNBA now. And I see Pittsburgh. I see Pittsburgh with a WNBA team in the next 5 to 10 years.
I hope it's
hopefully earlier than that.
If it's 10 years, you're going to be pushing my chair courtside. You better hope it's sooner than that. All right, let's get to some traffic. 6:45. I'm telling you, it would work. It would work. The PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement Traffic Center, KDKA AAA Traffic, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Here's Logan.
Rob, taking a look at the major roadways for the final time this evening, the afternoon rush is fully broken up across the metro with residual slowdowns that remain around the Parkway West around Green Tree Hill, but traffic is steadily improving overall. With AAA Traffic, I'm Logan R. Blaster on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Time to get that painting project done that you've been putting off by calling CertaPro Painters. Hi, this is Larry Richard. My first experience more than a decade ago started with a free estimate. They got that done quickly and left the place beautifully cleaned up after a great professional job. And each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated. That makes all the difference in the world. You're talking to the owner. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hi, from the Goldberg, Persky, and White Pioneers and Asbestos Litigation News Desk, here is Rob Taylor.
And Rob, a Pleasant Hills woman under arrest charged with 5 counts of child pornography. We'll talk about that coming up at 7 on the Voice of Pittsburgh News Radio KDKA.
All right, Bloomberg Money Minute time, Bloomberg Radio, KDKA Radio.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Reserve voted to keep interest rates unchanged, but 3 dissenters wanted to raise rates, a sign that a rate hike could be coming later this year. And on Wall Street, when you add in worries about the war in Iran escalating again, pushing oil sharply higher, stocks took a tumble. The Dow down 1,153 points, a more than 2% drop. The Nasdaq down 434, 1.75% lower. The S&P lost 113, down 1.5%, and oil back near $85 a barrel. Late earnings at Starbucks showed turnaround efforts are on track. Same-store sales up 6%. Microsoft had an earnings beat thanks to its cloud computing unit, but revenue forecast at Meta Platforms lower than Wall Street wanted to see. Mortgage applications last week tumbling 6.5%, just as mortgage rates moved higher. And Netflix paying $200 million for the broadcast rights to stream next year's FIFA Women's World Cup tournament. Tom Busby, Bloomberg Radio.
The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
$2 billion for the FIFA Women's World Cup. Netflix, deep pockets. Okay, one more with Logan, then we're going to get to the hard-hitting stuff next hour. So I was watching Channel 2 Sports. I looked up, saw the graphic as far as the wild cards is concerned. Pirates are 2 games out, and they're right there with San Diego 2 games out. Mason Miller pitches for San Diego. We have O'Neill Cruz here. 2 full months of the season left. A lot of chance. Pirates' schedule, as Logan just told me moments ago, my earpiece, it's not as tough as some of these other teams trying to vie for it. So maybe, and you got control of Mason Miller for the next 3 years, I think. So, Logan, maybe that deal does go down.
Well, it's been thrown out there a lot more as a rumor, less of an actual report. But I think what's really letting it gain traction is as the Pirates approach this August 3rd deadline, Jeff Passan has listed the Pirates as one of the potential suitors for Mason Miller. And he's not a guy that just throws stuff out there to throw stuff out there. Now, you have to keep in mind that the Pirates are in the midst of a race with the Phillies, the Diamondbacks, Cardinals, Marlins, Nationals. I mean, again, there's a lot of teams in here, Padres being one of them. So there's 6 or 7 teams that are still fighting for those last 2 wild card spots. And you have to note that also the Nationals, they need very similar things on their roster. They need a lot of bullpen help. So not everybody's going to be able to get the same player, obviously. I do think that there's a more likely chance that he stays on San Diego than going anywhere else. That is Mason Miller. But if he is to be moved, I think that the Pirates should be that aggressive or make a move that is linear to that, where you can have a guy that can come in and slam the door shut. So when your schedule does get easier and you get to September and you have a chance to get into October, you have the guy that can basically eliminate a full inning of outs.
All right, so Philly's got a couple of really good starting pitchers, but they at times the bats, Schwarber and Harper look great, rest not so good. But they could sure use another pitcher. And, yeah, who knows? Mason Miller could end up as a closer. But Skubal from Detroit may have pitched his final game. Well, tomorrow he gets the start. That could be his final game as a member of Detroit. Do you think he could end up in Philadelphia?
I don't think anybody's out of play. What I would say about Philadelphia, and I heard Greg Brown mention this today on our airwaves whenever we were carrying the Pirates game, what else does Philadelphia need? I mean, Bryce Harper, their superstar's asking for more help. They have JT Realmuto. They have Kyle Schwarber. They have Bryce Harper. They're a team that has 6 All-Stars already on their roster right now. And comparably speaking to the other teams in the current economic state of Major League Baseball, I don't see them adding a $30 million contract. I don't see that how they need to add one. Now, they definitely have the capacity to do so, but I just don't think it's a move they'll make.
You think Bednar could, even though he is the closer with the Yankees and has been doing rather well, could Miller end up there and could he become like the setup guy? You think the Yankees would want somebody like him, a Mason Miller?
It's just commonly known around the game of baseball that the Yankees and Dodgers are always the most aggressive teams in terms of adding stars to their payroll. So you have to always include them in the conversation when it comes to that sort of stuff. But I can't say for certain, but I'd say that they are one of the teams that have a chance.
You don't believe San Diego would trade Mason Miller to the Dodgers, do you? Same division. That's not going to happen, is it?
What's interesting with them, Rob, is I feel like they are, although they're in a similar spot to the Pirates, they're actually viewing themselves as more of on the decline, and the Pirates are on the ascending side of things. So although they have similar records, San Diego has a lot of struggling players on big contracts, and they've already made the playoffs but haven't been able to push past the first or second round to get to where they want to be. So I think they view it as more of a failing system on the way down than where the Pirates are at right now.
All right, Logan Armblaster, we had the Pirates on the radio here at KDKA today. Now tomorrow back on the Fan, and they're heading to Cincinnati and then Milwaukee, and then they're back home against the Mets. So Milwaukee obviously would be a nice big boost, but they're a pretty good baseball team. Cincinnati, I think we got a good shot, and the Mets are imploding. So the Pirates, if they want to make a little bit of noise as the dog days of August are fast approaching, now's the time to put the pedal to the metal, Logan.
Now's the time. You have a chance to take advantage of a series against a team where you have a 6-3 record against them this year. They've played really well against the Reds, and this comes at an opportune time with the trade deadline looming. So I think the Pirates are going to go into the series. They have Yohan Ramirez starting tomorrow. It's more than likely going to be in an opener type of role, but you have to try to take advantage of that beneficial matchup.
And Cruz is coming back in about a week or so?
Yes, and I could give you the exact date if I have time to look it up here.
Yeah, look it up. I think it's August 8th. I'm not sure, though. But
that is correct.
Oh, it is? August 8th. Okay, good. Well, let's just listen. Isn't it nice on the first day of training camp with the Pittsburgh Steelers, which always takes precedent, talking about the Pirates possibly going to the playoffs? I mean, that's pretty good stuff.
It's amazing, and I wish the Pirates had the capacity to do this every single year, but you have to give them credit where it's due. Who would have thought that going into the season, out of the offseason, the Pirates, Rob, were going to turn around from being one of the worst teams, if not the worst team, hitting-wise in franchise history. We're talking about a Pirates team that was historically bad, and we all said last year, you know, if the Pirates go out and they even become a mediocre offense with this starting pitching, they could go to a World Series. And now that might seem a little bit more far-fetched because the bullpen's so far behind. But as far as the offense goes, it has been so exciting to watch, and you really feel like they have, especially last night, even though they lost, that has been a defining characteristic.
Would they come back from a 6-run deficit? What was it?
6-run deficit, and they scored 3 runs with 2 outs in the 8th, and they came all the way back-to-back home runs between Lau and Reynolds in the 9th, Rob, and they tied it up, and it's just like that is a defining characteristic, the battling Bucks, people will call it, of every good Pirates team.
Well, listen, you mentioned Hernandez and obviously Connor Griffin, O'Neal Cruz. They got a lot of young talent on this team and a lot of young talent down on the farm. The Pirates, if they could just get over the hump, you know, they say winning is just as contagious as losing. They could actually be relevant for the next 5 years or so. They just got to hit their stride, and they got to make the impossible become possible, and they got to find a way to get that wild card spot and get into the playoffs this year, because that will help these young players get familiar with this, and they'll do a whole lot better as they become more veteran-oriented players in Major League Baseball. But, hey, next year we may not even have a Major League Baseball season. We've got to get that collective bargaining agreement done. All right, salary cap, too. Big discussion. All right, stay with us. We're going to get to some of the hard-hitting news of the day, give you a chance to phone in. And 3 Mile Island, they're continuing to try to flip the switch to get it going again. Kind of got to give you some local flavor and really some stuff that many of you may not know, and why some great talent of many years who worked here with me were very important to that brand that is 3 Mile Island. And to see it possibly coming back again in this age of how much we need nuclear energy and energy independence, it's a fascinating story. You don't want to miss this right after Rob checks the news. 3 minutes away, your Pratt Pack, KDKA.
Every Tuesday morning at 7:20, listen for Inside Independence Health, a look at all things healthcare with the experts from Independence Health System. It's brought to you by Independence Health System. Expert care here. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, covered by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company.
Precision Pointing and Restoration is pretty much booked for the remainder of the summer, and they have just a few slots available this fall. So here I am again to ask, can your long overdue masonry project really withstand another Pittsburgh polar vortex? Take a look up at your chimney, or better yet, get Precision Pointing out to your home to professionally assess. They guarantee all their work, and they don't require a down payment. Special discounts for vets, seniors, and first responders. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net. Procrastinating ends with a call to Precision Pointing.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 77 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 7 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A Pleasant Hills woman is under arrest charged with 5 counts of child pornography. According to a criminal complaint, police say they were alerted to possible child pornography being shared from the social messaging app Kik. An investigation into Lauren Chakowski found that, according to police, she had more than 40 images of child pornography on her cell phone. Chakowski denied ever purposely searching for or sending explicit material involving children and suggested she may have been hacked. Chakowski posted a $5,000 bond and has a preliminary hearing scheduled for August 5th. A 19-year-old man who was 15 when police say he shot and killed a fellow Oliver Citywide Academy student learned his fate today. A judge today sentenced Jameer Perry to 35 years to life in prison for killing Derek Harris in May of 2023. Even though Perry pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, 35 years is the mandatory minimum sentence for first-degree murder committed as a juvenile. Oliver Citywide Academy on Pittsburgh's north side was a school for special needs students in grades 3 through 12. Pittsburgh Public School District has since closed the school. Police making a welfare check in North Versailles found a man who was shot to death overnight. Allegheny County Police say the discovery was made around 1:30 this morning in the 500 block of Irishtown Road. That's where the man was found in the street with multiple gunshot wounds. He was pronounced dead at the scene. The man's identity has not been released, and no word on any suspect descriptions. Well, Pittsburgh International Airport earlier today debuted its first outdoor terrace, officially called the UPMC Terrace. Director of Public Affairs Bob Kurlick telling the Big K Morning Show this latest addition to the new terminal is inspiring.
Because there's walking trails. We have over 40 species of plants that are out there. There's benches where people can enjoy food items. So it's really a great chance to get outdoors. Kids can walk around burn off some energy on the walking trails. Adults can sit down, relax. You can see the airfield from there. You can see planes taking off and landing.
And he says no security is required. That's because the terrace is positioned pre-security, meaning it's accessible to meeters, greeters, airport employees, and the general public, not just ticketed passengers. Well, check your tickets. A Cash 5 ticket sold in Westmoreland County hit the jackpot in Tuesday's drawing. Pennsylvania Lottery says the ticket matching all 5 balls is worth $620,000. Winner was sold at Sweet Peas convenience store on North Church Street in Mount Pleasant Township. KDKA Sports, brought to you by NASCO Roofing, Pittsburgh's trusted and passionate roofer. Call NASCO Roofing at 412-373-2000. Pirates blanked by the Arizona Diamondbacks earlier today, 3-0. They dropped the series. Pirates back at it against the Cincinnati Reds, starting a 4-game set tomorrow night in Cincinnati. The news sponsored by PJ Fitzpatrick. Need a new roof or just want to repair a small leak? Trust PJ.com. KDK Radio News Time. It's 7:03. We've got the AccuWeather forecast coming up.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, and former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Kick off the school year with Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. Because with 20% off styles kids love, they're not just going back, they're making an entrance. Save on jeans that turn hallways into runways. Tees that make them walk a little slower, for effect. Sneakers that say, I'm so back. And more confidence-inspiring looks for every grade at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles, 20% offer ends August 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it will be comfortable with a low of 57. We'll have a good deal of sunshine throughout the day for tomorrow with a high of 82. Mainly clear tomorrow night, a low around 58 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Retirement, it's almost here. Are you ready? Well, join Kurt Kanodik and Ethan Lane of Accurate Solutions Group for your retirement blueprint. Let Kurt and Ethan help you plan for your retirement dreams. Don't miss your retirement blueprint, Sundays at 10. Investment advisory services offered through ASG Investment Management, LLC.
So, Rob, I don't know how much you follow social media, but I got to tell the audience about this young man. I don't know if anybody has seen him. I mean, he doesn't look like he's any older than maybe 13 at the most, but he does bird calls. The aviary should bring him to Pittsburgh. They would sell out the place for some charitable event. I don't even what his handle is, his platform, but everybody is trending and showing this young man. He has the uncanny ability to do bird calls like I've never heard before. The difference between I didn't even know there were more than one version of crows in this country, but there are. The barn owl. I mean, the robin, the blue jay, the cardinal. I mean, I've grown up with sparrows and hummingbirds. I mean, every day of my life. Hawks, and now we have eagles soaring the skies. A bird was a bird to me, right? I mean, and I've seen people do bird calls before, but this young man, he's amazing. I mean, he is absolutely flat out amazing. And my attention span, as you know, it click, 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 goes, go, go, right? But I was home the other night, and I just couldn't sleep for some reason, and I'm tossing and turning. Well, I know why I couldn't sleep. I banged my shin when I was cutting grass, and I don't know, my leg's all cut up. So, the blood's pumping. You're trying to get your leg up and make the pain stop. So, and checking on the Band-Aids and this and that. So that's why I wasn't sleeping. And I started watching this young man, and I was just flabbergasted. So I don't know if any of you have seen him, but it's one of the most, this is why I just love all of this stuff, this technology. One of the most amazing things I've ever seen. And what it's done for me, it educated me on all these different birds. When you're out amongst the birds, you just think of the birds that you see on a regular basis, right? Now, robin's always one, a sparrow's always one. But this young man, what a talent, what a talent, what a talent. All right, now, had to get that off my chest. Now I want to talk about something else. And I'm going to read verbatim that I saw this story in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Let me just give you a couple of paragraphs. It was billed as a public update on the proposed restart of the nuclear plant formerly known as 3 Mile Island Unit 1. But at times, the meeting yesterday of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Middletown felt more like point-counterpoint on whether in 2026 the United States should be still willing to bank on nuclear power as a baseload energy source. That's what happens when the plant slated for reopening is the original twin of the reactor that experienced the worst commercial nuclear accident in U.S. history. Make no mistake, there is ample evidence the restart is a winning case for many Pennsylvanians. Now let's go back. I think Governor Thornburg, guy that I interviewed many times on the radio after obviously he was governor, I think was the governor at the time, if I'm not mistaken. But I remember as a kid, late 70s, when that happened. And I mean, you had Walter Cronkite. Man, it was big, right? And you had boots on the ground. So I never knew this until years later, I started working at KDKA. And I was the young guy, like a Logan. I mean, I was a kid. I was in my mid-20s, right? And there was some talent here that was just off the charts, and as there is now. But just imagine, kid in a candy store, wide open as far as my thought process. And if somebody said, get me a cup of coffee, kid, or a signal would say, go get me some donuts, I did whatever. I was just so thankful to be in the room with them. But I found out later, because it was the anniversary, and I was doing a show or talking about it or doing something, that Mike Pintek, who truly, in my opinion, and I am a little biased, was everything you would want in a talk show host. And what I loved about Mike, Democrat, Republican, didn't matter. If it was wrong in his mind, he'd have an opinion on it. And he could really get people going. And he was just great at it. But in another life, in Harrisburg, he was a news guy. And he worked with another gentleman who all of you know, the Hans Man, the Fred Hansberger newsroom, his mornings with Cigna, his time alone in the morning, the afternoon slot that he held down forever. I mean, these guys were great, but I found out that they were news reporters in Harrisburg, and Mike and Fred were a big part of that story breaking nationally. So they were the guys. Many of you may not know that, right? But I remember how frightening that was, and because of living near Shippingport, people were thinking terrorists, they were thinking espionage, they were thinking, this is going to be a chain reaction. I mean, it was a horrible, horrible, horrible time, but obviously we got through it. But why this story is so important, we need to restart 3 Mile Island. And this is where it gets even more interesting. When I started at KDKA, we were owned by Westinghouse. Everybody remembers Westinghouse. You can be sure it's Westinghouse. Everything, they made it all, refrigerators and air conditioners and fans and elevators and escalators. They did everything, right? Well, eventually, it became, they bought CBS. CBS kept its name, and now obviously we're the great brand that's Odyssey. This is a legacy brand, the world's first radio station. This is like the big time, KDKA, right? But now Westinghouse has evolved with that name into something else. They make these nuclear power plants. I mean, it's just like full circle when you connect all the dots. But the thing about nuclear energy, and I don't know how any of you feel about this, my humble opinion, it's clean burning energy, and you can do so much with it. We need more of these nuclear power plants in America. We've heard administration after administration after administration, when they get elected into office, energy independence and better health care. That's how they spend their first term. But in most cases, it doesn't happen because we keep thinking other type of energy like solar and wind. Look, that's fine, but you're not going to be able to power the most powerful free nation in the world by, trying to soak up the sun's rays and generate it into electricity, or giant windmills basically dotting the landscape. It's not going to happen. These power plants, nuclear power plants, were great back then, and they're great now. As in everything in life, sometimes things go wrong. But the big picture is, with technology and everything that we have done, this is a great story that we're putting confidence back into that location. And do you understand what that will mean for energy bills in that part of the world? Do you understand what it'll mean for the workforce in that part of the world? See, here's the other thing people don't realize about these nuclear power plants. Not only do they have large amount of people working there, but you have the building trades, when they have shutdowns, doing all the maintenance and all of the construction and the upkeep from concrete and steel and things that you need. All of it's being bought by the local concrete company down the street. And that's why you see those big trucks rolling throughout the tri-state and that big barrel spinning throughout the day, because there's a lot of projects that are underway right now because of what's going on in the steel industry, the natural gas industry, and the nuclear energy industry. And one of the things we're going to talk to Jonathan Salant about, who's been covering politics since the '84 conventions, we're going to talk about why all of a sudden these data centers have become such a big ticket item. Josh Shapiro first in on it, now Stacey Garrity, both Democrats and Republicans talking about it. I agree, and we've had some heated discussions on my broadcast about these because I'm for them, but you got to put them where they're safe. You got to make sure that they're safe. But what you need to understand, this 3 Mile Island story is a great indicator of how we are going to go over all of this stuff with a fine-tooth comb. And you can be sure, once this place reopens for business, it's going to be the safest power plant probably in the country. To me, it's the dawn of a new era. By bringing that back after that horrific time decades and decades and decades ago, tells me that we're back on the right track. And we understand, we've learned from our past mistakes. We know what we need to do when it comes to energizing America. So I don't know how many of you remember the story, or how many of you are like me, simply happy that we've got a cranberry business and company known as Westinghouse involved in this. And this is where Nippon and U.S. Steel, I'm sure a lot of the steel is going to be coming locally, going to give more opportunities for people to work. And yeah, we're still getting coal mined from safe coal mining communities and companies. We've got them in Kittanning, and we've got them in Fayette County, and we've got them in West Virginia. We need to put people back to work. But with nuclear energy, when everybody's concerned about energy prices going up, they will stabilize and go down. So what does that mean? The people will have a better opportunity to save more money in their paychecks. All right, 866-391-1020. And when we come back, the Great Divide. And now more than ever, you've got to stand by your party, but you got to stand by your Constitution. And I'm going to explain why local really matters when it comes to the upcoming elections. 866-391-1020. Your Pratt Pack until 10 o'clock tonight on KDKA. Good evening.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Keeping up with bills can be tough, but you don't have to do it alone. Duquesne Light Company's Customer Assistant Program helps income-qualified customers lower their monthly electric bills. The employees at Duquesne Light realize these are difficult times, and they're committed to supporting our communities. Applying is simple. Just visit DuquesneLight.com/CAP and apply online. Don't wait. See if you qualify today. At Duquesne Light Company, they are here to help when you need it most.
A riddle brought to you by Progressive Insurance. What do your home and auto have in common? Progressive protects them both. It was an easy riddle. Learn more at Progressive.com.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
So I saw this not too long ago at a social media page called Pennsylvania Things. And I don't know if any of you have seen it, but if there's fact behind it, I love it. I've been saying this for the longest time. A new proposal in Pennsylvania would exempt some senior homeowners from paying school, county, and municipal property taxes. Under the proposed, homeowners aged 75 and older who have lived in their primary residence for at least 10 years would no longer pay local property taxes. Whippy, I love it. Supporters say it would help seniors on fixed incomes remain in their homes, while opponents warn it could leave local governments with significant funding gaps that would need to be addressed. Should Pennsylvania keep property taxes in place, or is it time to rethink how local government and schools are funded altogether? What do you make of that? Listen, I think it's great because I've said this before. There are people that are living in a home in which they paid off their home years ago, but are paying as much, if not more, in taxes on a regular basis than they were their mortgages. I love that. I love it. And you know what? We'll have to find another way. That's why you got to get shovels in the ground, boots on the ground, and you got to get back to manufacturing, hiring thousands of people to do things. And I know everybody says the same thing to me. Rob, it's never going to happen again. Why not? Why is it not going to happen again? You tell me. And let me say this, too. I've been doing a lot of thinking about what I'm about to say, but I'm just going to say it because it's on my mind. In the news of late, you've had people examining assisted living facilities, one in Beaver County, and a residence plaza, one right here just a few miles from where I'm broadcasting. And I don't need to get into the stories because these are investigative reporters doing what they do, and I'll leave it at that. But long before these two stories surfaced in the last, say, 72 hours, I've been on the road a lot lately. When I'm not here at the station, I'm out doing a lot of the social media stuff that I've been doing for years, and it's all because of goodwill. Want to promote what we're doing here, want to help people, want to get the word out on some unique things. I do a lot of live podcasting with people who I think have something to say. We do a lot of it from the home studio. I go to their home. I go to their business. No money. It's just all because I love to promote. But one of the things that I have noticed, and I got 80,000 miles on a 2024 vehicle that is going to have to get traded in, or I'm not going to be able to travel anymore because I'm literally pushing 100,000 miles. I've been here, there, and everywhere, and this all started at around 2009. But what I'm noticing right now, and this is why the whole election thing that I'm going to bring up in just a moment that I promised to talk to you about is so important. You realize how some people are living right now? And if you dare say to me, well, they have a choice, do they? Where do you go get a good job? If you live in one of these river communities, where do you fill out an application to where you're going to make $100,000? You're willing to put in the sweat equity, but where are you going to go? There's no more plants. You know, I was talking about what Westinghouse used to do. Think about it. We're not making TVs in this country anymore. We're not. Pots and pans, few places, but not like we used to. Bicycles, toys of all kind, some, but not like we used to. So you start removing all of this stuff. I mean, we couldn't even get ventilators during the pandemic because we don't make them here like we used to. I mean, think about that. Had to go out of the country during an epidemic, a medical crisis, to get ventilators to save Americans' lives, and we lost 1 million because we didn't have them. So, do you realize how some people are living, especially older people? Do you realize how they are living? And look, but for the grace of God, I live in a house that was built in 1918. Believe me, I joke about my palatial estate, but it's not. I've been living in a situation over the last 15 years that's nothing like how I used to live. Nothing. It's nice, but I've really downsized. But I see how some people are living, and it breaks my heart. It breaks my heart. And I'm not going to name any community because this is not me pointing fingers or say, boy, we need to help X, Y, or Z. But how can we live in the greatest country in the world? The land of opportunity that truly made many immigrants rich because they had an opportunity. And I don't mean money-wise. They had an opportunity to make a good living by flexing their muscles, going to work, owned a home, paid it off, educated their kids, fed their kids, clothed their kids, and their family stayed together. Imagine somebody who came to this country, who was born in this country, not to an affluent family, who on their deathbed after 50 years of marriage had their kids gathered around for one last hug, and they were coherent enough to realize, my God, what a great life I had. My husband or wife, still alive, stayed with me. We got to raise our kids, see our grandkids, celebrate holidays together, have meals together, go on vacation together. I never had to go to bed at night worrying about where the paycheck was coming from or if we would have enough money to buy food. I mean, think about it. That was the generation that I had raising me. My father died 26 years ago this month. Young man, only 73. You know what I remember my dad telling me when he got cancer and he knew it was terminal? So help me God. This is the cold, hard truth. This is true love. Something I'm sure I'll never experience, but I know someone that did, my dad. And I said, Dad, I'm sorry that this doesn't look good. He goes, but thank God. I go, thank God for what? He said that I'm going to die before your mother. I'm like, Dad. He goes, Rob, I couldn't live without this woman. Now, I can't even comprehend love like that. I can't. I just can't. My fault or no fault at all, I can't. My dad, who literally was told just days before, you've got months to live. Get your things in order. Okay? I mean, went for a physical exam in May of 2000, was dead by July 20th. Done, finished, gone. And he was rather healthy up until that fateful diagnosis. And here he was, not wallowing in self-pity, but saying, thank God that I'm going to die before your mother. She's all I have. She's all I've ever wanted. Incredible. I mean, that's love at first sight. But my dad, if it was because of the conditions that he worked in, probably more because of how much he smoked, but if it was, and I told my dad, look, Dad, if you do the same thing by working in that place that you worked at, you're going to have the same results. You know what my dad would have said? I'd do it all over again because I was able to raise my children. But do you see how some people are living? Do you really? When you're driving through certain communities, do you look up on the front porch and you see people that you know don't have anything? Nothing. And if I hear any of you say, oh, they can go out and find, where? Where? Where is the average person who's just average, like me, wasn't that smart in school? The only reason I succeeded because I never stopped working. One of the reasons why I'm single again. Because I just couldn't stop, because I said to myself, I want to prove my dad that I'm worthy, but more importantly, the people I love, I never wanted them to go without. It's what drove my dad, the way he worked. But I'm also to the point now in my life, I always noticed people who were less fortunate because that's how I was raised. My mother would make 2 sandwiches for lunch, and she'd say, share one of them with someone else. But who? You'll know what to do. All the time she said that. Look, we didn't have a lot of money. There were people every night eating dinner at our house that were my friends. My dad, 6 kids trying to make it stretch. Somebody would be at the door. Come on in. Did you eat yet? Did you eat yet? No. Pull up a chair. Move over. Get him a plate. That's what we did. And my dad knew it was all because of that mill. And when they had a massive layoff in 1979, my dad had to do a lot of that because he was a boss. And I'll never forget when they got started up again, he had every name on a legal pad. And he went and hired every one of them back. It crushed my dad when he had to do that. And he was so joyful when he brought him back. And I remember driving him around because he had a couple of drinks. He was so excited. That's why we got to get our country together again. So we start helping people as opposed to hurting people. And that's why whoever's in the White House, it's important, but it's not the bottom line. And I'm going to explain more about that on the other side. 866-391-1020. Let's get some calls in here. We're with you in Open Talk until 8. Then Jonathan Salant, PG writer on the gubernatorial race. And also tonight from Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, Greg Diulis on the first day of Steelers training camp. Your Pratt Pack till 10, KDKA.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Kick off the school year with Kohl's Friends and Family Sale. Because with 20% off styles kids love, they're not just going back, they're making an entrance. Save on jeans that turn hallways into runways. Tees that make them walk a little slower for effect. Sneakers that say, I'm so back. And more confidence-inspiring looks for every grade at Kohl's and Kohl's.com. Select styles 20% offer ends August 2nd. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
At University of Maryland Global Campus, we know you're no stranger to setting big goals, whether in school, at work, or in life, and you're ready for more. At UMGC, we offer the skills-based education you need to move your career forward. Learn how to apply AI, data science, and other emerging tech, plus gain skills in leadership and critical thinking. You've come far. Succeed again. Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 12th. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and oh, they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where supplies start at just 25 cents?
Staples has the latest laptops with up to 40% savings.
I may hug the cashier.
So embarrassing.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples with up to 40% off select tech. Staples.
That was easy.
Visit Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 77 degrees in Pittsburgh International at 7:30. I'm Rob Taylor. Police say a flatbed truck flipped and then crashed into a home in Murraysville. This happened this afternoon around 1 o'clock. In the 100 block of Sand Dune Drive, 2 people were injured in that incident. The driver of the truck, also a woman who was inside the home. There's serious damage to the home, which has been deemed as, quote, unsafe by a Murraysville code enforcement officer. That crash and incident is under investigation. A fiery hearing on Capitol Hill earlier today as Dr. Anthony Fauci sat stone-faced in front of a Senate committee facing a blistering assault from Republican lawmakers over his work during the COVID-19 pandemic. ABC's Jay O'Brien with the details.
Dr. Anthony Fauci refusing to answer a single question from the Senate's Homeland Security Committee, accusing the Republican chairman, Senator Rand Paul, of having an unhinged obsession with him.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
Paul pushing Fauci on whether he covered up the origins of COVID. Fauci insisting Paul is out to embarrass and intimidate him, pointing to the release of his personal diaries, which were discovered and handed over by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
KDKA Radio News Time at 7:31. Our next update's at 8. I'm Rob Taylor on the Voice of Pittsburgh, News Radio KDKA.
Life's best moments start with perfect choices. For Connie Nowak, it was a trolley ride and a 67-year love story. A life of family, smart decisions, and companionship with Chester the cat. Her retirement choice? The Village at St. Barnabas. Recreation, healthcare, close to family, everything on her list. Plus, it's an exceptional retirement value with a flexible entry process and affordable rates. St. Barnabas Retirement Communities, stbarnabascommunities.com, or call 724-444-5568.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons, and lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen, and oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live, and you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/term. That's ethos.com/term. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251.
Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Just hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky will stay mainly clear as we head through tonight. We'll get down to 57 for an overnight low. It's going to be a pretty sunny day for tomorrow with a high around 82. Partly sunny for Friday, high 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Spring storms can cause havoc. When water gets in, ServiceMaster Greater Pittsburgh, they get to work. 412-RECOVER, the best call to make in the worst situation.
Man, the yellow van, call ServiceMaster.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
You know, I planned on getting to the Fauci story, but being that Rob had it in the news, let me just say this. Come on, all right? Some of the language and the way that they were going after this man. Look, here was a guy who's the smartest person in the room, okay? I covered those press conferences daily, 2 hours every day. Goes back to Biden, goes to President Trump, right? Obviously, the president and him did not see eye to eye. His diaries get out there, which to me is wrong. I'm not saying everything he did was right, but I can say this. No person, in my humble opinion, who dedicated so much time trying to help people through one of the most difficult times, it's shameful what they're doing to him. There's got to be a better way. There's just got to be a better way. And look, everybody dealt with COVID. I lost one of my dearest friends who got it and was gone within 2 weeks. Devastated me. Still not over his death. I don't know. It's really sad. 1 million people lost their lives, and we're trying to get beyond COVID, trying to move forward. And there's so many things that need to get done, and it kind of ties into what I was saying earlier. You got to find a way to make the diplomacy and democracy work in our country. Republicans and Democrats need to come together. There's lots of work that needs to be done. 866-391-1020. And I promise I'm going to get to why the presidency is important, but not as important as this governor's race in a moment. But let's go to Georgia and say hi to Gary. Gary, you're on KDK with your Pat Pack. Good evening.
Hi, Rob. Thank you. What you just said, I totally agree with about Fauci.
It's ridiculous.
Geez. And that's even being gracious,
right.
saying ridiculous.
You're right. It's sad. You're absolutely right.
Yeah. And so on the one part, you're talking about your mom and dad, who I always like to hear what you have to say about that. You're totally 1,000,000% right. Our mothers and fathers, they set the table, literally set the table for us. So I totally agree with you there. And my father, the advice he gave me, too bad I didn't listen to it, really listen to it. It went in, but then it must have somehow didn't come out again or something, didn't stay. He said, Gary, the hardest thing in life is staying out of trouble. That man was right.
Yeah, I know. Believe me. I should have listened too. I should have listened too. But you know what? So let me explain something to you real quick. I was with my oldest son today, who did everything right. I mean, got married to the love of his life. He's got 3 beautiful children. He's got an incredible career. Did everything right. And I'm looking at him and I'm saying, I'm so happy you didn't turn out like me because I've done everything wrong. But the thought process when we were growing up, Dad was always right. And even when he wasn't, you were afraid because they were rather larger than life individuals and they kind of ruled with the iron fist. Not literally, but I think you know what I mean. But now I'm so glad that all my children, I'm able to tell them the things that I did that were right, the things that I did that was wrong, and use my mistakes as an example so they don't make the same mistake. So you have to admit, Gary, talking to a dad today is a whole lot different than it was when we were growing up, right?
It's true. But Rob, you've accomplished a lot with your children.
Well, I could have done better.
You're a hero in my eyes. I couldn't shine your shoes.
Oh, yes, you could, Gary. Yes, you could.
No, I couldn't have. Well, in some regards, because we are like I think we're gentlemen.
We're kindred spirits. We're kindred spirits.
Okay, now okay. I'm going to move on, and then I get off the line.
Okay.
The second part, I don't agree with you, is I think the presidency is right today is the bottom line. We can't afford this war anymore.
Oh, I know. Listen, I got to tell you, I had a not my son, but I had a conversation with somebody else today who was the biggest supporter of Donald Trump that you could ever imagine. Yeah. And he said, "So how's it going?" I said, "I'm going good." I go, "But he said, "You sound great on the radio." He said, "You really do." He said, "I haven't heard you talk about the president lately." I said, "Because I'm fed up with it. I mean, and there's nothing to talk about. I mean, it's eat, sleep, and repeat." And this person said exactly what you just said about the war. And I'm like, uh-oh. And this guy was like the biggest supporter. So I don't know. Something's going on somewhere.
Well, I think what's happened in closing, it's just divided us more. We're already divided people with him in office, right or wrong.
Oh, yeah. That's the problem.
We're already divided.
That's the problem.
Now the war goes now the war goes on to the 6th month, and it's dividing us more along with these other issues. So I'll leave it go at that, and thank you for your time.
All right, my friend. Take care. 866-391-1020. Here's David in West Mifflin. David, you're on the air with your Pratt Pack. Good evening. Welcome to KDKA.
Hello, Rob. Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good, David. Good to hear your voice. What's on your mind tonight?
Good. It's been a while since I called you. My take on the Fauci hearings today, since we're a constitutional republic, I mean, him pleading the fifth leaves a lot of unopened doors, and of course he'll have the answer to that because the pardon gave him the clear, but not to use the Fifth Amendment, but he did it anyway. I just think that he was very condescending and selfish, and I agree.
David, let me just say this, and I'm not going to totally disagree with you, but you got to understand, I've been around a lot of high IQ people, and he is high IQ, and they think and act differently, and sometimes it looks as though they're snubbing their nose at you, but in reality, they're not. It's like Albert Einstein. I'm sure people would say the same thing. They just walk to the beat of a different drummer. I've read that about Ernest Hemingway. Anthony Fauci is one smart man. And honestly, he could have done anything. Kind of reminds me a lot of Cyril Weck, who could have done anything, but he really believed in his mission. I just don't think it's going to do anybody any good. The lives are already gone. To tear this man down in front of millions of people, and I mean, we had a guy drop the F-bomb today. I mean, that's like childish. You don't need to be...
that's disrespectful.
Yeah, well, for kids that are listening and watching. Listen, if I had my kids in the car seat and I was listening to one of the major news stations and that came across the radio, I wouldn't be real happy. That's Bush League, in my opinion. That's Bush League.
It is, right. You talk about Senator Bernie Morito dropping the F-bomb. I get that.
That's
but the
Bush
thing
League.
is,
Bush League.
I think our senator did us well. He wasn't slamming Fauci. I was speaking to John Fetterman. I think he was very eloquent, but at the same time, he said to Fauci, hey, look, we know it didn't come from the wet market. It came from the lab, common sense, I mean, it doesn't, and again, I'm not saying I'm the smartest guy in the room either, Rob, but I get common sense, and it came from the lab. I don't think, and I mean, I think he should have answered some questions today, but in the beginning, Rob, I mean, you have to admit whether it's not a political issue. Rand Paul said to his lawyer, you need to sit in the back with the rest of the lawyers. And he didn't. He wanted to be condescending, indifferent, and Rand Paul handled it the right way. He had the security.
But I'll be honest with you, David. I kind of think, and I'm not agreeing with Anthony Fauci, but Rand Paul's got something against Anthony Fauci. I mean, this is like a war or something. I don't know what's going on.
Well, they're both doctors too, Rob. So
Yeah, I know.
Like you said, they walk to the beat of a different drum.
But I just don't. The country doesn't need more dissent or divide right now.
I agree.
Anyway, it's getting away from us. I appreciate the call, David. Good hearing from you. Listen, I got Brian, Cynthia, I got Andy. Now, listen, I'm going to try to get to all of you, but if I don't, I'm only going to spend one segment with Jonathan Salan because I want to talk about this gubernatorial race, and then we're going to get right back at it. So we're not going to leave you out in the cold. If I don't get to you right away, I will get to you. Also, coming up tonight, because it's the first day of training camp from Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, my partner from the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, busy guy because he's got a lot of clients in the NFL, but he's going to carve out a little time to talk some football with us after ABC News Radio at 9 o'clock. But in the meantime, I we'll talk more about this, Fauci, because obviously it pushed a button. And when I was watching that stuff today, and I was watching it, I thought to myself, this is going to be a hot button. But do you really think an individual needs to be treated like that, who served the government well, could have cut bait and ran, especially with that second administration? Donald Trump, look, I like Donald Trump. I respect Donald Trump. But I don't care what the position would be. I don't care how much money they would give me. I would never work for him. I know people with that same type, like my father, God rest his soul, loved him to the moon and back. But I would have never wanted to work for my dad. Never, ever, ever, ever. Because when my dad went to work, he went to work. And I know people that work with him. And when somebody always starts off by saying, he was fair, but you know what they're going to tell you. Tough. And he was tough. Maybe that's what he had to be. But I think it's more about killing somebody with kindness. I think you give somebody a note, to me, it's better than a raise because you just need to be appreciated. And I think if you appreciate people, the harder they work, and everybody wins. All right, we'll take a short break. We'll come back. Much more tonight. Your Pat Pack till 10 o'clock. Stay with us.
When you need to know, depend on the news leader. At home, in your car, or at work. The voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM, AM 1020. And KDKA-radio.com.
Join Beth Andrews for the Net Worth Financial Hour Saturdays at 1 to get the news and information you need to make your retirement dream a reality. That's the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews, Saturdays at 1. Net Worth Advisors, LLC is a registered investment advisor.
For all station contest rules, go to KDKA-radio.com/rules.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Your line just went down. Production stopped. A supervisor wants answers. And someone's digging through a binder for the maintenance history. Every one of those minutes costs money, and most of the time, that breakdown could have been prevented. That's where MaintainX comes in. MaintainX catches the failure before it happens. Preventive maintenance plans on every key asset to improve reliability. Work orders assigned and tracked right from your phone. Everyone from the floor to the front office is in the loop. Real-time dashboards give managers instant visibility into what's been completed, what's overdue, and where the bottlenecks are. No more guesswork. Just a smarter, faster maintenance operation. Companies on MaintainX have cut unplanned downtime by over 30% and save thousands on parts and labor every year. See what it can do for your operation. Try MaintainX free at maintainx.com.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
ShortsFord.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss ways to use those fresh, homegrown tomatoes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Everything you need, every time you listen. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, let's get Andy in here real quick. Andy, you're on KDKA with your Pratt Pack. How you doing tonight, bud?
I'm good. I'll try and be real quick here.
Okay.
So Dr. Fauci already had immunity, all right? Nothing he said was going to be used against him, and yet he felt like he couldn't say anything. All right? You say sometimes these smart people, it looks like they're snubbing you, but they're really just marching to the beat of a different drummer. No, perhaps they're actually snubbing you, okay? Because they don't consider you intelligent enough to be able to understand whatever answer they want to give. But you talked about your friend who got COVID and died.
Yes.
All right?
Yes.
Do you realize that what Dr. Fauci was doing with gain-of-function research at that Wuhan Institute, all right, might have been the cause of your friend's death?
I know.
No, you don't know.
Andy,
okay?
It doesn't matter now. He's gone. I don't think humiliating an old man in front of the nation to witness this when we're $38 trillion in debt and people are dying of gun violence and drug overdoses every day is going to do anybody any good. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
All right. So I get what you're saying there. But realize this, if you don't dig for the truth and find out what happened, if we don't take steps to make sure it doesn't happen again, I don't want to hear you whine when one of your grandchildren falls to the next pandemic because you didn't want to be rude and ask somebody a tough question about why they did what they did when that person has immunity and can't from it now. He has nothing to lose from answering those questions. He can't face any prosecution because he's got immunity for everything that happened then. And it could very well be the research that he was having conducted is what caused COVID and caused your friend to die. But you don't want to know the answer because it's too late now. So when it happens again, I don't want to hear anything.
Well, you won't because I'll probably be retired or dead. So don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right, man.
That's it. Have a good night.
See you, bud. Let's go to Brian in Munhall. Brian, you're on KDK with your Pratt Pack. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Rob. Hey, thank you very much. Hey, I'm not very good at impromptu speech, but do you mind if I make a few comments upon the Anthony Fauci thing?
You're more than welcome to. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. Thank you. You know what, Rob? That whole episode of COVID and thing was it's going to sound extreme, was a mass governmental experiment to study how the United States would react to a real pandemic rather than a manufactured one. And you know what, Rob? Here, if you don't mind me asking, here's two more points. Anthony Fauci, by pleading the Fifth Amendment, he's essentially admitting he lied. He's not. To refuse to answer questions, he lied about everything he said about the virus, how it would spread, what you should do. And maybe the third thing is, you know what? I kind of lost my train of thought.
Take your time. Take your time.
Look, I wrote a few things down. Do you remember? Look, this is maybe not very relevant. Remember when Dr. Weiner was still living?
Yes. Yes.
And did you kind of introduced him on your Saturday show? I think.
Well, he had a paid show. Yep, I was here.
Yeah, I understand, but you know what? Dr. Weiner, now, despite dying at maybe 71, I think he had a congenital heart defect.
Young man.
He always maintained that vaccines never worked and will never work. Because, you know what? We have a built-in immune system. And I think in the United States, there's a lot of causes. If you eat junk food, you eat processed food, your immune system is not up to snuff.
All right, let me jump in here because I want to get Cynthia before the break. Look, I am a believer in vaccines, and he and I used to have discussions all the time, and he had his opinion and I had mine. But measles cases are on the rise. Tuberculosis is coming back. There have been cases of polio. I'm just saying what I'm saying. ABC News, the Trump administration is ending a key health insurance subsidy program that's aimed to keep premiums for senior prescription drug plans in check, claiming that it benefits corporate insurance companies, according to Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. This according to Mehmet Oz. I'm telling you, you start doing stuff like that, it won't be good for future Republicans trying to get back into the White House. Here's Cynthia in Florida. Cynthia, go ahead. You're on KDKA.
Hey, I'm glad you brought that up. And you know what? After I read it, I thought he must have some profit motive. He started something called Trump
that's going to kill the that's going to kill the Republican Party. They're done.
It should.
I mean, honestly, every day, and I know
every day there's something with this.
Well,
dude.
Now fresh air strikes. Moments ago, Fox is reporting. You know, it's just I don't know. It's spiraling out of control, and everything is happening that I didn't want to happen. I didn't want it to happen. But you know what? I guess I was wrong. He's totally got away from what I thought he was going to do.
We are entitled to be wrong, but we need to, like you just did.
But you don't go after Medicare. Listen, people. Listen. What did I talk about earlier tonight, Cynthia? Do you realize how some people are living right now? There have been two stories in the local news that Channel 2 has covered about one a facility in Beaver County and another residence in McKeesport that it's absolutely unbelievable what's happening. And now we're going to take people that are on a fixed income, barely able to survive. Mm-hmm. We're going to make them charge more for life-saving drugs. Are you kidding me?
The people around Trump are what I call Malthusians. They don't believe that a lot of us deserve to live anymore. They want all the wealth for themselves. And this is who he's taking advice from.
Listen,
and then he's got Trump already.
Real quick, he's 80 years old. Guess what? He won't have to worry about the price of drugs that he needs to take.
No, he won't.
What about Mr. and Mrs. Jones and Mr. and Mrs. Smith that live in the Mon Valley or the Ohio Valley or the Beaver Valley? I mean, you better take a good, hard look at what's happening in America right now because America is struggling. People are struggling. Isn't it up to the people that serve in public office to lift people up that need to be lifted up? The billionaires of the world don't need to be lifted up. And I know many of them that are giving back and doing good things. But then you've got people who look at them and have jealousy in their hearts when, guess what? That's not going to do you any good. We have to find a way to help you have a better life because you only get one. And for people who've worked their whole lives, 40 plus years, and they have to live the way they're living in some of these conditions in America, and that's why this whole Fauci thing, is it really going to change the course of history? We've lost 1 million people. COVID seems to be in the rearview mirror. Let's move forward and help people that are downtrodden and give them a helping hand. Isn't it about helping thy neighbor? We're going to take more calls after we talk to Jonathan Salant from the PG about this governor's race, which should be the most important election on your mind if you live in Pennsylvania. That's next.
The Big K Morning Show with Larry Richards.
University of Pittsburgh head football coach Pat Narduzzi. Have to ask you about Mr. Beast. This guy is worth $2.6 billion on paper. He decides to visit. What was that all about?
I'm still waiting for that check from him.
Okay.
I haven't got the check yet.
Mr. Beast, send the check to University of Pittsburgh football.
Weekday mornings 5:30 to 10 on the Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Amazon Business. With smart business buying, innovative AI tools optimize your purchasing experience paired with delivery options built for business. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
I'm pediatric allergist Dr. Carla Davis. If your child has asthma, let's take a breath together and talk about it. Does your child need to use a quick relief inhaler or a breathing treatment more than twice a week to treat asthma? Has your child repeatedly awakened at night due to coughing, wheezing, or shortness of breath? Have you taken your child to the emergency room, urgent care, or hospital for asthma symptoms? Has your child missed school because of asthma? If you said yes to any of these questions, it's time to talk to an allergy and asthma specialist like me, who understands how difficult and frustrating it is to see your child struggle with asthma every single day. The good news is there are new ways and new medications to help you and your child take control of asthma and live an active life. If you feel your child's asthma is not under control, go to controlyourasthma.org.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
It is 76 degrees at Pittsburgh International at 8 o'clock. I'm Rob Taylor. A 19-year-old man who was 15 when police say he shot and killed a fellow Oliver Citywide Academy student learned his fate earlier today. A judge sentenced Jameer Perry to 35 years to life in prison for killing Derek Harris in May of 2023. Even though Perry pleaded guilty to first-degree murder, 35 years is the mandatory minimum sentence for first-degree murder committed as a juvenile. Oliver Citywide Academy on Pittsburgh's north side was a school for special needs students in grades 3 through 12. Pittsburgh Public School District has since closed the school. Pleasant Hills woman is under arrest, charged with 5 counts of child pornography. According to a criminal complaint, police say they were alerted to possible child pornography being shared from the social messaging app Kik. An investigation into Lauren Chikowski found that, according to police, she had more than 40 images of child pornography on her cell phone. Chikowski denied ever purposely searching for or sending explicit material involving children and suggested she may have been hacked. Chikowski posted a $5,000 bond and has a preliminary hearing scheduled for August 5th. Well, a fiery hearing on Capitol Hill earlier today as Dr. Anthony Fauci sat stone-faced in front of a Senate committee facing a blistering assault from Republican lawmakers over his work during the COVID-19 pandemic. Here's ABC's Jay O'Brien.
Dr. Anthony Fauci refusing to answer a single question from the Senate's Homeland Security Committee, accusing the Republican chairman, Senator Rand Paul, of having an unhinged obsession with him.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer.
Paul pushing Fauci on whether he covered up the origins of COVID. Fauci insisting Paul is out to embarrass and intimidate him, pointing to the release of his personal diaries, which were discovered and handed over by Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Changes are coming to Medicare's prescription drug plan, but an independent insurance agent says seniors shouldn't panic. News Radio KDK's Tamira Rush with the details.
The Trump administration is ending a federal subsidy program that helped keep some Medicare Part D prescription drug premiums lower. But Dina Schmid with One Health Benefits tells KDKA Radio consumers shouldn't panic over the change.
What was announced is the end of a temporary program that the government created to help health insurance companies, not the beneficiary, with the Part D premiums. So that ends. That has nothing to do with the consumer. Here's what's important. Extra help, also called LIS, low-income subsidy, is not going away.
Schmidt says seniors should speak with an independent advisor before making any changes. She says people who qualify for extra help with prescription costs will continue receiving those benefits under current law. Tamira Rush, News Radio, KDKA.
KDK Sports. Pirates fell to the Arizona Diamondbacks in the rubber match of the series earlier today. Final score 3-0. Pirates back on the road, taking on Cincinnati. The Reds, first of a 4-game set tomorrow evening. KDK Radio News Time, it's 8:03. AccuWeather forecast next.
The Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, announces its 26-27 season. 7 evenings to deepen your understanding of the world around you, featuring Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and the former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. The series is sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James. Tickets on sale now at pittsburghspeakers.org.
Here's the latest from the KDKA Community Message Board.
Join St. Barnabas Charity Saturday, August 1st for the Free Care 5K that benefits the St. Barnabas Free Care Fund. Post-race party with music, food, prizes, and medals for all ages. Register at freecare5k.com or call 724-625-3770. Experience the best of Italian American cuisine at Martirano's Prime at Rivers Casino. Whether you're celebrating a special occasion or stopping in after the game, they have you covered. From field chops to steaks to a variety of pasta dishes, you'll never leave hungry. Visit riverscasino.com to book your reservation today. NASCO Roofing takes pride in exceeding customers' expectations. If the recent storms caused you damage, get NASCO on your roof and see why they've satisfied thousands of customers. Call 412-373-2000 for NASCO Roofing.
Details at kdkaradio.com.
Support St. Anthony school programs and help students with special needs achieve their full potential through inclusive education, therapy services, and job skills development. Serving students ages 5 to 21 with Down syndrome, autism, and other intellectual disabilities. Find them within select Catholic schools in the Pittsburgh area, including a post-secondary program at Duquesne University. For over 70 years, St. Anthony school programs have empowered students of all faiths to live independently and contribute meaningfully to society. Learn more or donate at stanthonykids.org.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it will be comfortable with a low of 57. We'll have a good deal of sunshine throughout the day for tomorrow with a high of 82. Mainly clear tomorrow night, a low around 58 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Rob Fratz on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
You know, one of the reasons why I've been doing a lot of local stuff lately, because local matters, especially this governor's race. You got the Pennsylvania State Treasurer, the challenger, the Republican Stacey Garrity, and the incumbent Josh Shapiro, who's starting to gain some momentum as far as possibly the 2028 ticket for the Democratic Party in the presidential race. So rising electricity bills, power grid management have taken center stage. Candidates are fiercely debating wholesale energy market prices, the grid operators like PJM for Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Maryland, interconnection, and how state policies impact the speed of connecting new power sources to the electrical grid. And all of a sudden, the funny thing happened on the way to the summer of this campaign. Data centers has become very, very big. So let's get Jonathan Salan in here. He's been doing it for a long time. One of the best, of course, of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We're going to break it down in sections for you, Jonathan. So what about economic performance and jobs and why that is so important in this governor's race? Good evening.
Good evening, and thanks for having me on. It's important because people vote with their pocketbooks. It was, James Carville in 1992. Is the economy stupid? Joe Biden lost because no matter what he said about inflation coming down and all the jobs he created, people didn't feel it. President Trump has the same issue, and it trickles down. I hate using that term, but it trickles down to the local governor race. Certainly, you're not happy with what's going on, you're going to take it out on the people in charge.
The other one obviously been in the news a lot, even with the recent budget, education and school rankings. We are really taking on a lot of water in our school districts. Many of them are suffering. They need to merge. They need to co-op. They need cash that's not there. What about education and school rankings, and how do these two candidates look when it comes to that topic? Go ahead.
Well, that's an issue because people care about schools, and you decide where you're going to move, especially with kids. You want good schools. That's why you decide to live in an area. Where I live in Maryland, and depending on which high school you're going to, houses are worth a lot more money because education is so important. So if you're going to go to, especially a public school, you need a good school, and you're going downhill. You're not going to be happy about that.
Speaking of school, and I know this is hard to believe in the World Wide Web of cyberspace and walking around with a computer in our hands with our smartphones, But Senator Bob Casey was a good friend who was the Pied Piper of this. But rural infrastructure and broadband, there are still a lot of people in Pennsylvania and in this country in those rural areas that don't have internet capability or Wi-Fi capability. And that's kind of hard to believe in 2026, being that it's been over 40 years since the whole .com era. So talk about that and why that remains a big issue. Go ahead.
Well, it's a big deal. That's Biden's infrastructure bill and his Build Back Better bill reached out to those areas that have been neglected. They don't have the votes and they don't have the people, so it's easy to forget about them. Because you can get more bang for the buck, and you why Philadelphia or Pittsburgh, they do some rural town out in Westmoreland County. The key is you can't forget about those folks, and you concentrate on that. But if you're cutting back, and we're seeing all these budget cuts back, they really haven't produced in some cases that yet, and they're working on that.
All right, up next for Jonathan Slan of the PG, talking about what the issues are in this governor's race. Healthcare and Medicaid services, always important for the aging population in Pennsylvania. Go ahead.
Well, the elderly votes. They're always the biggest turnout in elections, and they have a lot of clout. They always say touching Social Security is the third rail of politics, third rail being on subways. They carry electricity. You don't touch that. So with all the cuts, cutting spending on a federal level, states need to pick up the slack. And the ones that do are going to be rewarded, and the ones that don't, because they have their own budget problems, they'll take it out on their local lawmakers as well.
All right, now let's take a look at, it seems as though whenever the spotlight shines, it shines the brightest on Josh Shapiro. He was recently at the Commercial Street Bridge opening. People have embraced him. He's got a very healthy social media following. Stacey Garrity, who obviously got a little bit of a nice push because of Donald Trump early, I think that actually could hurt her now. I still think she's a strong candidate. And one of the reasons why I think the ticket is strong, because I've seen what Jason Ritchie, the lieutenant governor nominee, has been out there promoting jobs first, jobs last. But what about this race? And listen, you can't help but peek over the fence to wonder what lies ahead beyond this election for Josh Shapiro. Break it down for me, please.
Well, Stacey Garrity is the Republicans' best hope they can get. And that was a huge recruiting effort and huge recruiting success that she got the nomination. Remember who Josh Shapiro ran against 4 years ago. Again, looking at Maryland, the same person who was an acolyte, basically, of the Republican who ran against Shapiro. He's running again in Maryland against Wes Moore, another possible 2028 presidential candidate. And Moore is coasting to victory by all the polls. Shapiro has a tougher race. He has a really good candidate running against him. Shapiro's doing all the right things. I mean, they brought the bridge in, a week or 2 or 3 earlier, which is certainly the same guy who built the I-95 bridge months ahead of when anybody was going to doing. Everybody thought they could get it done. Get S done was his slogan, and it certainly has helped his popularity. And the polls still show more than 50% approve of the job he's doing in an era where people hate incumbents.
All right, so tell me why the Democratic Party is very upset with Josh Fetterman when he really seems, in my opinion, one person's opinion anyway, he's pushing all the right buttons, and he actually at times makes the bipartisan thing work. Why are the Democrats so angry with John Fetterman?
There's right now, the country is so divided and so partisan divided that you don't go across. You don't cross party lines. You can vote right down the road, right down the line, the party line. John Fetterman has on some high-profile issues, not all of them, and he still votes with the Democrats more than 90% of the time. Ronald Reagan used to say, "You vote with me 80% of the time. That's great for me. You don't complain about the 20% you don't vote for." But here they're complaining about the 5% he doesn't vote for because they're very high-profile issues, and the Democrats, Republicans are the same way. They're demanding fealty. I mean, look at the Republican senators who questioned President Trump and he endorsed opponents against them. Same thing on the Democratic side, where people are mad at John Fetterman. He voted to keep the government open. He voted in support of Israel and the war of Iran. And war of Iran. He voted for ICE, and there are people. Wait a minute, he's voting with the Republicans. I'm against him.
It's just, I have no idea why, but there's so much pushback against the country of Israel, which I'm a big fan of, and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who was in town for the Lindsey Graham funeral and will be back speaking to the United Nations in September. And he says, despite Madami, he's going to go there. What's going on with our country and this relationship, our citizenship and the citizenship of Israel? I don't understand. What's the problem?
Well, first, we're talking to somebody whose grandparents emigrated from Jerusalem. We've been in that area since the 1850s, so I know the area very well. But what happened is Netanyahu basically endorsed Mitt Romney in 2012. He made common cause with President Trump in 2016, and it angered a lot of Democrats and made Israel, which had been a bipartisan issue for all of my life, a partisan issue for the first time. So a lot of Democrats are mad at Netanyahu, and the other thing with Israel is that there's a lot of criticism where they responded to the attack by Hamas, that they could have done. They didn't have to go scorch earth, and you hear that criticism. But some of the stuff with Israel also is, if I'm a Democrat and I want a two-state solution, and I've got a government of Israel that is doing everything it can to preclude a two-state solution, and they're not embracing it at all. Well, the way to express my disgust is not to criticize Israel. They're at war, and Americans still overall support Israel, and certainly overwhelming majority support Israel's right to exist. But it's a way to vote no, and it's what that Jewish Democrats have told me. I'm going to vote no on aid to Israel. I know it's going to pass, so I'm not hurting the government. I'm not hurting the country. I'm not hurting the citizens. But it's a chance to say to Netanyahu, I don't like what you're doing, and I'm not going to embrace it.
Well, I think we should support Israel. That's my thought process. But anyway, one last thing, because you've covered the Washington beat, and you're the probably smartest person I'm going to talk to about this tonight. What do you make of this whole Anthony Fauci situation? Really tough to watch those hearings. I mean, brutal. Your thoughts?
Well, Rand Paul, senator from Kentucky, has been on Fauci's backs from the beginning.
Yep.
And now he has the gavel. Gavel's a great thing to have if you're a senator. And he's going to rake Fauci, if he can, over the coals. There's a bunch of folks on the Republican side who are convinced that COVID would escape from a lab in China. They're totally responsible for it. Remember, they were calling it I forget what the expression was, but President Trump used that a lot and created, according to Asian Americans, an Asian, a backlash about Asian Americans because they were being blamed for the virus. And it's a article of faith among some Republicans that China did it. We got to hold them accountable. U.S. is totally innocent. U.S. did everything right, and and Fauci covered it up. And you remember, you're dealing with a HHS now that doesn't believe in vaccines, that are rolling back all sorts of protections for Americans health-wise. So why not fight science everywhere you can, including against Fauci?
Awfully interesting for sure. Listen, keep up the great work. Can't thank you enough. We appreciate any time you drop by, okay?
Anytime you want me, I'll be here.
There he is, the great Jonathan Salant. Love what he does for the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. We're going to come back and pick up on this Fauci thing, and I got some other things to get to. So if you want to resume dialing in, feel free, 866-391-1020. It's your Pratt Pack. It's a Wednesday night on KDKA.
Now more than ever, we're the station you can trust for the information you need. KDKA.
It's back and right where it belongs, downtown Pittsburgh in the heart of the city. Rock, Reggae, and Relief returns Saturday, August 8th for a full day of live music on Forbes Avenue and Market Square. Featuring UB40, Allie Campbell, The Elevators, Tribal Seeds, G-Love, The Hip Abduction, and more. 2 stages, reggae tunes, art, vendors, and summer vibes. This benefit festival supports Cafe Momentum, empowering justice-involved youth. Get tickets at rockreggaerelief.com. Rock, Reggae, and Relief, back downtown and bigger than ever.
Every time I've had CertaPro painters do work on my home, I really appreciate their professionalism. They make it worry-free, and it starts with a free estimate, all at the right price. And I love that each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated. Hi, this is Larry Richard. It's the perfect time to reach out, get CertaPro painters to visit your home. Schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. You'll be so glad you did. Trust CertaPro Painters. Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Bitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Bitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
I'm back to doing what I love and more, thanks to the Good Feet store.
Do you spend half your day walking or standing while working? If you have foot, knee, or back problems, the Good Feet store wants to help you like we helped Tony.
Pain that I experience the most is foot pain from being on my feet all day. You're having to kind of talk to yourself through the whole shift, like, I've got this, I can do this. Before, I felt defeated. Now it's like, all right, let's go. I'm ready. Like sunshine coming on.
And how about working more comfortably like Dennis?
Working at an amusement park, it's always on your feet. I just couldn't take it, but I didn't have a choice. I just couldn't believe that putting these arch supports in made that much of a difference that quickly. I could do my job and I could take care of my family. I know what my tomorrow's going to be. It's going to be positive.
You deserve a better life, too. Stop in the Good Feet store today. Visit us in Cranberry Township, in Robinson Town Center, in the Waterfront, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, and at goodfeet.com.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
The KDKA radio text line is driven by Kenny Ross Auto Group. Find your best deal and Pittsburgh's best warranty at kennyross.com.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Where Pittsburgh comes to talk. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, so I want you to get in on this. And this is all kind of coming together now. I'm going to put aside some of the notes that I have for some things I wanted to bring up because I want to talk about this Fauci situation. And I want you to just hear me out and just be honest with me. Do you want a fall guy? Do you want somebody to basically put this on, meaning COVID? Do you want to put this blame on someone else? The president saying, look, I inherited him. He'd been here since the 80s. If I'd have listened to him, I'd have shut the whole country down. I mean, do we really need to find out that, you know, he had some sort of connection or cover up or was responsible? I mean, we've lost 1 million people. Families will never put closure to this because, like my friend who was otherwise perfectly healthy, he's gone now. No matter how much I bang the drum or I talk about this or we point fingers at Anthony Fauci, is my friend coming back. But that was just a friend. It wasn't a husband. It wasn't a wife. Thank God it wasn't a child. Do you understand? Much needed research is done moving forward. We have got people believing that everything medically at times is bad for them. Do you realize I know people that I have the utmost respect for and I care the world for would not get a vaccine to save their life? I'm just saying. I do not push on them. It's like if you believe in God above, I don't quote scripture to anybody, okay? You have to be comfortable in your own skin. You become an adult, you have that right to make these choices. But I would be alarmed if I had small children and I would be hearing things like tuberculosis and measles are on the uprise. When those things were eliminated back in the 50s and 60s, polio cases are coming back. Jonas Salk saved my generation and the generation before me. I mean, medicine is important. It's very important. But this Wu-Tang lab and this virus and this COVID and this whole thing, putting this guy on television to hear him say, I plead the fifth, I plead the fifth, and he completely just has the entire country talking about it, and that's why I'm talking about it. Is it really going to make a difference? We have this ineptability in our country that we have to put the blame on someone else. We do. It's not going to bring my friend back. And if you think one man is connected to this, come on. One man. We had that other thing called that Spanish flu back in 1917 that killed millions around the world. It was from rodents. We've had horrible things happen in our country health-wise. Then we invented penicillin. Can you imagine our life without penicillin? I had an aunt who died of an infected toothache at 8 years of age. A year later, penicillin comes out. If she lives a year longer and gets that same tooth issue, she lives. I just, and here's the other thing that frustrates me. This is the other thing that frustrates me. We elect people into office. They work for us. But how many of them spend all the time doing one thing? Impeaching someone, cross-examining someone, Senate hearings on someone, so they can get the photo op and the soundbite or a headline in the local paper. I mean, we got work to do. We're $38 trillion in debt. We have a war going on, no end in sight. Gasoline has been hovering around $5 a gallon, and we've spent $19 billion. And we have hate speak everywhere, both sides. I thought we were the United States of America. I just honestly, and if Rand Paul has an issue with him, that's him. But do we have to watch this and this kind of behavior? I mean, there are kids off for the summer. They're eating lunch in the kitchen with their grandmother. And you want to tell them we live in the greatest country in the world? This stuff just perpetuates itself, and it goes on and on and on. So I want you to be honest with me. Is this really going to make a difference in the big picture? Is it going to bring the million back? Fauci is no longer involved in science or research. We have people that are smart making major discoveries every day. I believe, not in my lifetime, but the things I've seen, even in the last century, a heart transplant, taking a heart from someone and putting it in someone else. And many have lived 20 years after the fact. Reattaching limbs, getting very close to helping people with spinal injuries. I mean, dental implants. I mean, cataract surgery. You're in and you're out. Restores your vision. I can't say enough what I've seen. Life-saving medicines. Now what they've been able to do with Wegovy and Mounjaro, Ozempic, helping people with chronic obesity lose the weight, thus preventing a lot of problems down the road. I mean, there are some really good things going on right now. That was horrible. And honestly, when I was doing those daily press conferences, I kept saying to myself, I can't believe that in 2023, 24, that this is killing as many people as it is, and we can't stop it. And I talked to the amazing people in healthcare that every single day went to work holding the hand of a family member who was dying because the family could not come in the room. They were witnessing their family members die through a glass window. Having Mr. Fauci go through this, is it going to change any of it? It seems more politically motivated to me. That's just my thought process. That's me. 866-391-1020. Stay with us.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned,
That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Get connected. That's the Inside Connection this Saturday morning at 9 with your local Medicare experts from MediConnect. If you're turning 65, hear all the inside information available to seniors on the Inside Connection, presented by MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
This is Marty Griffin. I have seen so much anger these days. You know what's overwhelmed me with joy and optimism? This Get Marty. The folks in this community that have stepped up. You can't help your neighbor if you hate your neighbor. Get Marty epitomizes that opportunity to help people, feed people, clothe people, educate people. If you need me, get Marty at KDKRadio.com. It's where we will find a way to help you.
Presented by UPMC Health System, Phil DeLuceni and Associates, Cousins Roofing, Siding and Decks, and by Harold Shepley and Associates.
There's a world of opportunity out there, beyond the typical 9 to 5, where purpose and grit come together, where the American spirit and ingenuity are welcomed in places that could really use your skills and your experience. We're talking about the Peace Corps, with volunteers living and working in communities around the globe. And it's been called the toughest job you'll ever love. Tough, because it asks so much of you. To dig deeper, get your hands dirty, to go that extra mile, to rise to the occasion and meet challenges head on. And the love part comes from being part of something bigger than yourself, from building bonds that last a lifetime. It's knowing your hard work transformed lives, including your own. After 65 years, the Peace Corps is still the toughest job you'll ever love. Explore opportunities in more than 60 countries. Learn about benefits and apply at peacecorps.gov/serve.
From the Aetna Medicare Studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. The U.S. military launching strikes on Iranian targets. This a day after it foiled missile attacks on American forces. President Trump earlier.
I've been briefed. It's a little more of the same, but it's going to be straightening out. It's going to be straightening out. In the meantime, we're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it.
The Federal Reserve left interest rates unchanged again after its two-day meeting. The markets, which are already down all day thanks to the war in Iran and falling tech stocks, dropped even further. A fiery hearing on Capitol Hill today. Dr. Anthony Fauci facing a blistering assault from Republican lawmakers over his work during the COVID-19 pandemic. Fauci invoking his Fifth Amendment rights and not responding to a single question. Just one ticket sold in Florida in last night's Mega Millions drawing for an $800 million grand prize. Tonight's Powerball drawing jackpot now at $663 million. This is ABC News.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped,
maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-330-6363. That's 800-330-6363. 800-330-6363.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky will stay mainly clear as we head through tonight. We'll get down to 57 for an overnight low. It's going to be a pretty sunny day for tomorrow with a high around 82. Partly sunny for Friday, high 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Now we get to read Dr. Fauci's diary? Inquiring minds want to know. And after that Pan Am plane was found off the coast of Puerto Rico last week, it got us asking all sorts of questions. We're going to do a deep dive into Pan Am. What happened to that once great, proud airline? It's America at Night with me, McGraw-Milhaven. Come join us. Tonight at 10 on 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
The one bit of health news that I did hear today, I don't know if it's fact or fiction, but the great John Cougar Mellencamp, who's on his Hits tour, has aged. He's my age, right? But this guy has been smoking packs of cigarettes a day forever. And if it's true, I guess he quit smoking. He does exercise and he does perform, and it's a rigorous show. But, man, I hope the guy quits smoking. I've seen him in a lot of interviews lately, including a great podcast that he did with Joe Rogan. And the guy, man, he struggles to breathe. And when you're a singer, that's not a good way. I even noticed that Sean Penn is still doing it. This guy looks physically fit. You don't smoke. For goodness sakes, just don't smoke. Anyway, that's on my mind. And listen, before I get to these phones, which are busy, I don't want to read the guy's diary, okay? I mean, I wasn't allowed to touch my sister's diaries as a kid growing up. You know, the ones with the little key, and they were like pink and purple. And my dad would say, if I ever catch you reading their diaries, you're yesterday's news. I would have never done it. And I don't know how it got released, where it came from. I was reading a piece from the Wall Street Journal during the break. Look, this is kind of all new to me because I've been covering all this other stuff that's been going on. But I just don't see what it does. And is this the best that we can have as far as representing our government? It's just, it's sad. It's like somebody's beating up someone's grandfather. All right. It's like the kid in the neighborhood. I'll tell you real quick. It's like the kid shouting down the older man on the front porch because he's telling him, hey, don't do that. And the kid's just screaming at him. That's why it frustrates me. All right, Craig, West Virginia. Go ahead, Craig.
Hey, Rob, you know, the reason we have the president gone on TV talking about the 2020 election and we get this Fauci thing happening is because of the state of the country. You know, look what has happened in, 14, 15, 16 months. You got to keep the red hats angry or the Republican Party doesn't work. You know, let's take a look back, and I'm going to tell you the truth. When I would walk into a store, when this whole pandemic thing first happened, I had a container of bleach wipes on the front seat of my car. And when I went into a store and bought a pack of cigarettes or I bought a cup of coffee, I came back out. I would wipe it down with those bleach wipes. That's how crazy it was when this thing first started. You had a hospital in New York there were 19 refrigerator trucks outside of that hospital. They were loading bodies into those refrigerator trucks with a
Wait. Back up. Now, where were you at when you saw this?
The hospital, the 4 trucks.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. You actually witnessed that?
Oh, no. On TV, I did.
Okay. I got you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the hospital in New York. You know, when this thing happened, nobody alive today had ever seen the Spanish flu that I could think of. You know, somebody 100 years old might have been able to see it. What was it? 1918, 1928?
Yep.
Okay. So listen, we had a caller today call in between 2 and 6 and said that Dr. Fauci's son ran one of the vaccine companies. Dr. Fauci doesn't have any sons. He has 3 daughters. There are people that think Dr. Fauci made all this money off of this mRNA vaccine. He makes a check every year of 68 cents. That's what he gets for this vaccine. He was on a team. They made a patent for it. He gets 68 cents a year off of this vaccine. The reason this is happening is because of the state of the country. Let's Your 2 big points that you talk about literally every single day are jobs and the debt of this country. This country averages 300,000 births a month. 300,000. In his first year, in 2025, this country averaged 10 to 12,000 jobs a month. Now, this year, 2026, he's picked up the pace a little bit. We're at 26,000, 27,000 jobs a month. Rob, we are heading for a disaster in this country.
Yeah, Craig, real quick. When I looked at that 57,000 from a couple of months ago or last month, I don't know when it was, I went, is this a typo? And then I looked and I thought, why would you even release those numbers? What in the world is going on? I mean, I know. And look, not that I totally disagree with everything you've said, but exactly what I said I didn't want to happen, it's happening now. That's why you better pay attention to the governor's race and what matters in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Ohio, because what's going on right now in the nation's capital is not going to help anybody.
And here's the thing. When you look back at the numbers, what he did in his first term, $8.7 trillion. There were 44 presidents before him, and I know that this is like Groundhog's Day with me, but you got to keep repeating because there's new listeners every single day. 44 presidents before him, and he was able to run up 25% of our debt. Now we're building arches. Now we're doing the reflection pool. Now we got a disco bunker on the east wing. I'm telling you, he is going to blow $8.7 trillion out of the water. But Doge fired all the bean counters that we're not going to find this out until 2 years after he's gone, if he even decides to leave, which is still debatable. All the pundits are saying that he is setting everything up for this midterm election. That's why Fauci happened today, the midterm elections. They see this blue wave, this landslide coming in, and they're doing everything to keep the red hats mad, because without the red hats being mad, the Republican Party...
Well, let me just tell you something. That's why they're going after Fetterman as much as they are, because they want the ripest piece of fruit on the tree, and he is making the Democrats look good as opposed to looking bad, as many of them are right now. And I mean that with all due respect. But what's happening with the Republicans and what they've been doing, this could seal their fate as far as the White House for the next 10 years. This is deplorable. And I've got to believe that most Americans look at Anthony Fauci like I do, dedicated his whole life. He reminds me a lot of Cyril Weck, somebody who gave his whole life to science and research. And I guarantee you he told his wife, and I'm sure he wrote it down in his diary, and we'll probably hear it, 1 week of being with Donald Trump, he probably said, if it wasn't life-changing medicine that I needed to figure out to find a cure for this, he would have resigned so quickly, it would have made your head swim. I bet he hated, and I use that word, I don't like that word, but I bet he despised and hated working with President Trump. I know that to be a fact.
Well, what was that blonde lady's name? His second in command, who ended up resigning because her family was threatened. 158 health secretaries resigned in this country because of threats from the Red Hats. But I'm going to say this, and here's where I'm going to disagree with you. I'm going to move back to Pennsylvania and just for the vote, come November, to vote against Fetterman, and I'm going to eat the closing costs and move back to West Virginia after the vote. I'm moving to Pennsylvania. Listen, I don't care if he hangs out with Republicans. When he used the Trump derangement syndrome comment, that's over the line. That's over the line to use that comment.
Well, listen, I'm not going to get into that argument with you because I still think the guy could have done some good if he would have stayed on course, but he's doing exactly what he did in his first term. He's getting sidetracked to where it's like way off the road right now. And putting Anthony Fauci through this, and now they're going to try to hold him in contempt. This is a man that's old. I mean, stop it. I mean, this looks ridiculous. It's like we eat our own. I mean, it's absolute. This is the guy who was every day trying to save lives because of this pandemic. And believe me, the smartest man in the room who could have done anything. He could have wrote books. He could have went on the lecture circuit, could have made gazillions of dollars. It's over. It's in the rearview mirror. Science continues. Why do we have to drag this man through the mud? What good is that going to do anybody?
It is literally so it's literally, like you said, it's literally hard to watch. To see
I can't listen. I couldn't watch it. I could not watch it because I have such respect for that man, and I do. And people may not like to hear that, but dear God! And then you have a senator using the F-bomb. I mean, why would you? I mean, how could you even think of saying something like that when you know there are people watching all around the world and a lot of young people with mom and dad in the kitchen or the grandmother or driving in a car? How could you do that? How could you do that?
Well, I had to watch the Moreno commercials down here. We had them every single day for months and months and months. But everybody keep in mind that the Wuhan lab, virology lab, there are over 60 of those around the world that are working on the same type of virus as we speak today. So it ain't like the Wuhan lab was just a singled out lab that Fauci was involved with. There were 60 of them, 23 to 25 of them in Europe alone that are sitting right beside metropolitan cities. It was a slip up. There was, you got people calling you saying that it was an experiment. Listen, we got to stop this insanity. We got to stop this.
By the way, that was Dr. Deborah Birx, and I thought she was I thought she was fabulous myself.
Exactly, she was and she had to resign because she was getting threatened by the Red Hat.
All right, I appreciate it. Listen, this has nothing to do with Red Hat, Blue Hat. This is our country, the United States of America, red, white, and blue. We've got to get people working again. We got to get people working again. All right, 866-391-1020. Got some folks waiting in the wings. Stay with us. Your Pat Pack for a Wednesday night.
When the weather turns bad, turn to us for the best news, weather, and traffic information from the KDKA Radio Storm Center. Presented by Duquesne Light Company. Larger than light. Online and on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
When summer heat hits, the right replacement windows will help your home feel more comfortable. At PJ Fitzpatrick, you get American-made, energy-efficient windows that are beautiful, affordable, and built to last. That's PJ Fitzpatrick, backed by 45 years of experience, thousands of 5-star reviews, and a lifetime materials and labor guarantee. Schedule your free design consultation at trustpj.com. That's trustpj.com.
Tune in this Sunday morning at 8 for the Coons Cooking Hour with Rob Pratt and the Coons Market team when they discuss ways to use those fresh, homegrown tomatoes. It's the Coons Cooking Hour, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Rob Pratt on the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, we will definitely have more time to talk about this and other things making news, but we are going to step out of this conversation for a little bit and get caught up on day one of the Steelers training camp with a sports agent from Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, also my co-host from the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, and Diolis Law. Greg Diolis spent a little time with us. He'll be in the Metropolitan Window video screen where you can see him and watch it and hear it stream live at kdkradio.com, KDK Watch. Okay, let's go to George in Clairton. Hey, George, you're on KDK. Good evening.
Rob, pretty good show. I've been laying low from talk radio, like not on an everyday thing. just to kind of cool out a little bit.
Yep.
One of my favorite callers, Cincy, I heard Craig definitely on fire with his stats. Going back to Dr. Fauci, I look forward to him every day, and also Dr. Burke every day. Back during COVID, which was almost 6.5 years ago, but 3 months, 4 months ago. That was a time of such uncertainty. And I sincerely doubt if Dr. Fauci had some kind of thing going on to make money. I heard that earlier off of vaccines, and I also heard the thing about his son. I'm so glad Craig's cleared that up where he has no sons. And it's just, and this was political, and it was even political on station here.
I mean, if you have any compassion at all, I don't know how you can even watch this. I just don't. I don't.
Oh, I didn't. I didn't even really know it was on. I guess I've been pulling out from all the media and just taking care of what's in my immediate grasp. Myself, family, we've had some tragedies in Clairton, man, had a balloon release. It's just a tough time right in our face. We don't even have to worry about Harrisburg, let alone the White House. Our own communities are crumbling not crumbling, but there's just so much sorrow. Put it that way. That's a better word. There's just so much sorrow everywhere. And if Dr. Fauci was guilty, so be it. But there's something going on.
I don't listen. This guy, I mean, come on. They're making him out to be like some sort of mad scientist. They're looking for somebody. Right. They're looking for somebody to blame, and they can put this down like we discovered. It's not going to bring people back, and there will always be the possibility of another pandemic. It's the cycle of life. One thing that I can guarantee everybody listening tonight: no one gets out of here alive. No one. I mean, look. We got to get people working again. We got to get cash flow going again. We got to stop the violent crime. We have to do so much, and we're just not doing it. We're just not doing it.
I can see it.
All right, George.
We are in trouble. I'm right by the Clairton Bears Stadium right now, cruising by, and everyone's gone. A lot of people had a huge get together, and I think it was a balloon release. I was in and out of town. But it's just so sad, and I don't know. It's the nature of the beast, but it's been like on steroids anymore. It's not like it was when I met a lot of kids 35 years ago.
Listen, why do you think I was talking about the amount of people who are living in deplorable conditions? I don't know if you've ever seen. Oh, yeah. I don't know if you've ever seen the footage or the photos, the black and white photos, of when a politician who was running for president toward West Virginia in 1960, John F. Kennedy, Appalachia, talked to people who were living in like shanty towns. I mean, it's 2026, and we have people in this country living in worse conditions now. George, these are the people that I care about. These are the people that I want to help. And that's why we don't need to see Anthony Fauci being drilled down or dressed down, if you will, in front of the masses because somebody thinks he was responsible for this virus. I mean, come on. I don't think a guy who was into saving lives and research actually got up one morning and said, I'm going to get involved in this. And, hey, if it goes bad, it goes bad. And again, I don't know how Rand Paul got it or what he did with it or why he released it, but nobody should ever read someone's diary. Shouldn't be doing that. I don't want to read it. I won't read it. I don't want to see it. Those are his private thoughts. That's nobody's business.
Right.
All right. I appreciate it. Listen, it's one of the reasons why I don't write a lot of stuff down. Why I don't text people. Not that I have anything to hide, because I surely don't at this age in my life. But everything you do, you're scrutinized. I tell people this all the time. No matter where you're at listening to me right now, somebody's watching you. You can't go anywhere. You can't do anything. I'm kind of glad I've become a hermit because people can twist things around and destroy your life. I'll be honest with you. Not that I would want to be 30 again, but with the way the world is today and all the technology and dealing with stories like this, especially when we got financial issues, the county's pension we've been talking about, the city's finances. We had Rachel Heisler on last night. I'm trying to promote this Commercial Street Bridge. I'm trying to promote what's happening with Nippon, U.S. Steel, trying to talk about, natural gas and what's going on, these data centers. And people just scream at each other. They literally just scream at each other. Makes no sense. All right, here's Fran. Hey, Fran, welcome to KDKA. Good evening. You're with your Pratt Pack.
Hi, Rob. I'm a fan of yours, and I really like animals. I just wanted to get this in real quick. I haven't heard anybody calling, any animal lovers calling about what I had heard about Dr. Fauci torturing beagle puppies and rats. I won't go into, I can't explain what he was doing. It's awful. They're also doing it at University of Pittsburgh. But anyway, I haven't had any animal lover calls. I haven't heard anybody about him doing that to the beagle puppies and rats.
I don't know what you're talking about, Fran. I don't.
Well, maybe somebody else does.
No, I listen, I don't believe anything I hear, okay? I appreciate the call. I mean, that's what I'm talking about. Oh. All right, here's Bishop. Bishop, it's all yours. Go ahead.
All right. Let me just say, and it's a travesty of what they're doing to Dr. Fauci. I didn't see it because I was tied up. But I will try to look at it later on C-SPAN if they rerun it. Let me just say something. People got to remember something. The first epicenter of COVID was in Washington State. My cousin, who's from here but been out there for 40 years, she mentioned when the Chinese went over from Washington State, where it has a large Asian population from China, went over for Chinese New Year. They came back masked up. They knew something was going on, but they didn't say altogether. And that's where me and my son were traveling, Mr. Pratt, and we would get the New York Post. We would go to Washington. We would get the New York Post at Union Station or whatever. And you see these little blurs. Something's happening in China. They call it COVID, and it may be coming this way. It was just little excerpts, and then it started getting a little bit more because we traveled there at least a couple times within like 2 months or something. But a lot of it was from a lot of people that were Asian from China, and which you can fact check it, which is from Washington State, went there during the Chinese New Year, came back with mask on, and that's where a lot of COVID hit first at Washington State. And then because we live in a global society, well, people were traveling from Asia, Europe, you name it, United States, and COVID spread it. Now, these doctors didn't know altogether. Some people, in my opinion, including me, probably caught COVID early. I remember going to the doctor, Mr. Pratt, just before the full outburst of COVID nationally and before everything started shutting down. Maybe not even February. I think it might have been in January. But the doctors didn't know what it was. So you know what they did? They gave, which was good though, they gave everybody the Z-Packs. And the Z-Packs hit it. But Fauci did all he could do to save this country from extermination of COVID, in my opinion. I believe COVID came from China, and I believe it might have came from a lab or what have you, but I believe it originated. And by the way, I'll close with this, Mr. Pratt. The Chinese government didn't tell the United States.
Well, see, look, and I got to get to a break. And Jake, if you just want to hang in there after I'd spent a little bit of time with Greg, or you can call back because I'd love to talk to everybody else as well, too. We're going to talk a little football with Greg in a minute, Greg Diolis. But the Chinese government, I've said for the longest time, it's not the Chinese people. They are under the thumb of that government. There's a reason why so many people dare to dream about coming to the West, because they like the United States of America. We could solve a lot of our problems if the Chinese government would give many of their people an opportunity to come to our country. They're some of the brightest, hardest working people on the planet. But I believe if you really want to look at a culprit here, and all of a sudden, for some unknown reason, instead of looking at the Chinese government, this administration is trying to single out one man who's dedicated his entire life to keep America safe. It makes no sense. It's just sad to watch. All right, short break. Back with more in a moment.
The Village at St. Barnabas, the perfect place for mom.
Planning for retirement isn't easy. If you don't know where to start, join Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors every Saturday at 1 for the Net Worth Financial Hour. Beth shares helpful tips and strategies that just might change the course of your retirement. Listen every Saturday at 1 to the Net Worth Financial Hour with Beth Andrews of Net Worth Advisors. Net Worth Advisors, LLC, is a registered investment advisor.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
If you or anyone you care about is facing a family legal matter, call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL or visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
There's a lot on the line in divorce. This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell, the largest family law firm in the country, with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. Divorce touches all areas of your life: your home, savings, retirement, and of course, kids. So when you find yourself facing divorce, you need a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
If you or anyone you care about is facing divorce, contact Cordell & Cordell today. With over 100,000 clients served, we understand the challenges you're facing on a personal level. Call Cordell & Cordell today at 1-855-GET-LEGAL. That's 1-855-GET-LEGAL. Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell, licensed in Missouri and Illinois.
Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
KDKA and KDKA-FM HD2 Pittsburgh. W261AX Pittsburgh.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News. I'm Dave Packer. CENTCOM says the U.S. has begun retaliatory strikes against Iran in the wake of last night's sneak attack on U.S. forces in Jordan. President Trump earlier.
Fortunately, we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down.
Also down, American opinion of the war with Iran.
A new Quinnipiac poll shows 66% of voters say the war with Iran has not been worth fighting. Trump says he's still hoping to strike a deal with Iran. One person who's not optimistic, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who met with Trump at the White House yesterday.
ABC's Mary Bruce. This evening, the Senate Judiciary Committee postponed its meeting to vote on Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General. Republican Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn saying they won't vote for Blanche unless there are assurances from the DOJ that the $1.8 billion Trump IRS settlement fund is officially dead. The Federal Reserve left its key interest rate unchanged, about 3.6%. Dr. Anthony Fauci faced some tough questions from Senator Rand Paul and others on a Senate committee today. Every question answered the same way.
Can you explain to the committee why you chose to fund this dangerous research in China?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution.
The hearing comes after Paul released hundreds of pages from Fauci's personal diary. Cleanup continues in Wisconsin in the hard-hit communities of Menasha and Fox River, ravaged by an EF3 tornado earlier this week. Police Chief Matthew Albrecht.
I'm pleased to report today that we are making progress. Trees are being removed from the roadways. Utility crews are hard at work. And we're working on trying to get back to some sense of normalcy, but it's going to take time. It's going to take days and weeks.
You're listening to ABC News.
If you haven't switched to Pure Talk because you're not sure their coverage is every bit as reliable as Big Wireless, why not take them for a test drive? For a limited time, Pure Talk is offering any of their plans for just $15 a month for the first 3 months, including their top-tier unlimited data plan. No contracts, no commitments. Just a great deal on a high-speed network with unlimited data from an American wireless company. Dial pound 250, say Mike Rowe, and let the savings begin.
These days, heading back to school means more than pencils and notebooks. It means laptops, tablets, online accounts, and a lot of personal information moving across the internet. WebRoot Total Protection gives families powerful online defense tools with antivirus, VPN, cloud backup, identity protection, and more, helping keep your digital life secure throughout the school year and beyond. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 60% off today. That's webroot.com/radio for 60% off. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
The number of cyclosporiasis cases has risen to 18,000 over 45 states. Evacuation orders remain in place for large areas of Bordeaux thanks to wildfires.
We're here in France where crews have been in the process of trying to get ahead of the flames that have been burning, that have already scorched an area 4 times the size of Paris. And they had intended to come to this area to do some preemptive work and lay water down around the area to try to keep it cool, to keep the chance of fires going down. And then just a few moments ago, we saw the smoke rising here. Another fire has popped up.
ABC's Marcus Moore. Texas has been reliably red for decades, but divisions are starting to show within the Republican Party.
In his final months in office, Texas Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller is cutting loose on fellow Republican Governor Greg Abbott.
His performance, I would have to give him an overall C.
Despite an endorsement from Donald Trump, Miller lost in the GOP primary to keep the seat he's held since 2014, but he insists.
This is not something I'm doing because I'm leaving office.
Miller says Governor Abbott has not returned a single phone call or replied to a single email he sent since he took office 12 years ago. Jim Ryan, ABC News in Dallas-Fort Worth.
A city audit finds Chicago's infamous rat problem won't go away under its current plan. It finds workers prioritized poisoning rats on a case-by-case basis rather than implementing more comprehensive and permanent solutions to curb their populations. Dave Packer, ABC News.
New to Medicare, get covered with MediConnect. Listen Wednesdays around 1:40 to hear Lance O'Brien of MediConnect help you navigate the Medicare process. Simply great, unbiased information to get you the best healthcare coverage. Get covered with MediConnect. Medicare made simple.
100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. Covered by JP Roofing and Siding. Pittsburgh's #1 platinum roofing company. The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 platinum preferred roofing replacement contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
Under a mainly clear sky tonight, it will be comfortable with a low of 57. We'll have a good deal of sunshine throughout the day for tomorrow with a high of 82. Mainly clear tomorrow night, a low around 58 degrees. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
All right, here he is, Metropolitan Window video screen, final hour of another show here with your Pat Pack on KDKA. He's from Diolis Law, of course, Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, my co-host on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show, Greg Diolis. Good evening, Counselor. How are you?
I'm outstanding, Robbie. Got a little pickleball in tonight, so everything's good.
By the way, if you get a chance, there's a movie on Apple TV called The Dink, about a tennis player who decides to get involved in pickleball and has a grudge match with Andy Roddick. It's fantastic. So check it out. I think you'll like it. Pickleball, it's here to stay, brother, no doubt. All right, now look, I want to talk about someone who got into a pickle, and we talked about this briefly over the weekend. This Kyle Shanahan story, it's a word to all of us who sometimes try to multitask. Just from a legal standpoint, you know, first off, the thing didn't get reported for days, and how that slipped through the cracks is beyond me. But also it was reported that he was not the cause of the accident, but then he does the right thing and brings the media into his locker room and says, look, I dropped my phone, I was reaching for it, I swerved into her, and thank God no one died, and he seems to be on the mend. Your thoughts about this Kyle Shanahan story? Go ahead.
Well, a couple of things are a little bit, cloudy about that. Is did he do the right thing? He basically ultimately confessed that he was the problem, but he waited a couple of weeks to do that. Why didn't he just come out right away and say, "Hey, this is my fault, not the young lady that I collided into"? So a little bit of question about his conduct there. The other thing that it's a lesson learned, and that is these cell phones. Now he says he dropped his phone and was bending down to get it. Why did he have his phone in his hand in the first place? All those questions come up. Now, hey, I'm not one to say I've never tried to text while I was driving, but I've learned my lesson. I try not to do that now. So, a lot of things about it are kind of cloudy, but fortunately, nobody got killed, and we're moving forward.
You know, I used to be a pretty good entrepreneur back in the day. Now age has slowed me down, and multitasking is enough to exhaust anyone, but especially at my age. But if I were an up-and-comer, someone like you, a little younger, I would create some sort of mass appeal for a usher service that would be a professional driving service. We'd all have the same vehicles. We would be in every state in the country, and we could be hired for X amount, and we could be kept on the payroll for X amount. Some sort of, put us on a redeemer, if you will, a per diem, if you will. I don't understand why these people don't have drivers. Why do they not have drivers? I mean, some of the clients that you carry, they're making enough. And we've said this about Tiger Woods, counselor. You hire a driver. Take all of that responsibility out of your hands, because you know as well as I do, there are certain jobs that really create a lot of work. And being an NFL coach this time of year is 24/7, 365 days a year. Why don't more of these people, just an opinion, why don't they get drivers? Why?
Well, I think in most cases people do when they're going to an event, when they've got something, a social gathering that they need to attend to, or if there's any chance that they're going to be having a couple of cocktails or things of that nature. I think most people are smart enough now to take an Uber, take that type of thing. But when you're running a personal errand, do you want to have to call somebody to come over? You don't want to have a driver sitting in your house the entire day. If you want to go down and get a cup of coffee or get a cookie like I tend to do in the evenings, you got to have some independence in your life. But we're not that far away, Rob, from everybody having driverless cars and never having to worry about it again. So, probably not in our lifetimes, but within the next, 20, 30 years, we'll see that nobody will be driving their own car. It'll be all driverless.
Well, I listen, it's been tough for me too, but I'm learning through technology to get around it. It's all through the dashboard now. I just really hope and pray that people pay attention, because you know as well as I do, and I've been in accidents, they can happen in the blink of an eye, and it's just a miracle that no one died. And he really got beat up pretty bad from it, and it's going to be interesting to see what the aftermath is. So a couple of other regular NFL stuff that's trending, and then we're going to come back and talk all about the Steelers. But you're a busy guy this time of year too, so what is a professional NFL agent for Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment? What do you go through the first few days of camp? Go ahead.
Well, a lot of things. Every agent who has a significant client list is going to be in a situation where there are a few clients that are still out there and looking for jobs. So you're scanning every bit of information that we can find to find teams. In our case, we have a really good offensive tackle named Chris Hubbard, who is still out there and looking for an opportunity. And so we're scanning every bit of news that we can find for teams that are, either there are published reports that they're disappointed with what their tackles are going to be doing, or they've got an injury situation that's crept up, or a tackle may have failed a physical, can't get into camp, something along those lines. And we're looking to get an opportunity to slide a guy like a hub into an opportunity. So it is a little bit hectic at this time, trying to make sure that if an opportunity pops up, we can get our guy plugged in there, because if we're unavailable for a period of time and somebody's looking, then the next guy up is going to jump in there.
All right, so one of the other big stories trending is camp has opened officially for everyone in the NFL, and the Steelers have already got their first practice in. That, edge rushers are the latest to get the big paycheck, and you've dealt with them all. But now some people, because of Aaron Donald talking about coming back, that interior linemen will be the next to get the big bag, because they not only can put pressure on the quarterback, they can stop the run. Do you see in the very near future where inside defensive linemen are going to be making $40 million a year?
No, that's going to be a tough ask. It's just like the tight end position. It's just not valued enough. There are too many guys that can do the same job. And when you look at the salary structure around the league, teams won't step outside of that window to create they won't step outside to cause the franchise and transition tags to increase at the interior defensive line position. So I don't see that becoming a $40 million position position until many, many years down the road.
All right, let's jump out and talk Pirates real quick because we're both big baseball lovers. Joe Giordano, former Pitt Panther coach, now special assistant IMG Academy. He leads off the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday show every week. Santana no longer with the team. I was hoping the Pirates could have at least won this series against Arizona. They lost today. Now it's on to Cincinnati, Milwaukee. And honestly, being that the Padres are 2 out, they're 2 out as far as a wild card. This Mason Miller thing may go down. I've heard O'Neill Cruz's name pop up again. He's expected to come back August the 8th. Make some sense of it. What do you think the Pirates will do? By the time we get on the air Sunday or shortly thereafter, could we be talking about a big trade? Do you still think they're in the market to get a top-notch player?
No. It's just not in the Pirates' DNA. Unfortunately, I think we'll see some small movement, but you're not going to see the Pirates make any big crazy moves. The only thing that I think you could see, especially with Horowitz coming back, is the possibility that they move Lau, because they're at the end of their rope with him. There's no way they're going to sign him at the end. So as good as he's been for them, you could see them maybe moving him in exchange for somebody that's worth a little bit of time, but has some time control under the contractual arrangements at a back end of the bullpen.
All right, so let me ask you, I love baseball, and I'm trying to get every ounce of it I can today while listening to the game on KDKA Radio. Could we actually have a season without Major League Baseball next year? In this collective bargaining agreement, where do you think Manfred is right now, and could we have a salary cap? We'll take a break and pick up on the Steelers on the other side. But what about heading into the offseason? Could there be no season next year?
I think it's quite likely that we have at least a stoppage. Whether it gets solved by the middle of the summer is another question. But I think we're very unlikely to see the season kick off timely at the end of March.
There was an argument, MLB Network, and what a I think a very valuable argument to consider. Everybody's talking about you got to have a salary cap in baseball, but look what the White Sox are doing. Look at Milwaukee, what they're doing. Look what Tampa Bay is doing. So maybe there's more parity in baseball than we think. I mean, look what the Pirates are doing. Just your thoughts on that, then we'll go to break.
Well, all of that hurts the Pirates because the Pirates can argue that you don't need to spend money. And so, I almost would prefer the teams that aren't spending money to be in the basement so that it forces the salary cap issue. But all of those teams that you just referenced give a good reason why maybe baseball doesn't need a salary cap.
All right, we're going to talk all about our Steelers' first day of camp. It's a holiday here in Western Pennsylvania because here we go. And don't forget, every single Sunday, the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, Ted Arnaud, Greg Diolis, and I, always 24/7, 365 days a year. We're always thinking the NFL, and 52 weeks out of the year on the Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show, we're talking about the National Football League. We'll be back.
Your source for official traffic information. Hear it on News Radio KDKA.
When their world isn't safe, they need someone to notice, to wonder and worry, to be their voice. If you suspect child abuse in any way, report it. You can be their hero. Your call can change their world.
Report suspected abuse by calling 1-800-932-0313 or visit keepkidssafe.pa.gov for more information. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Hello, KDKA listeners. This is Carlos, owner of Greater Pitt Tree Service. If you have any concerns about any trees on your property, call Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. We have an A+ rating on the Better Business Bureau. To serve your needs best, we have an ISA certified arborist on staff. We have 32 years experience, 412-884-TREE. We will be your best choice for tree work. Greater Pitt Tree Service, 412-884-TREE. And remember, we did your neighbor's tree.
Join Rob Pratt every Sunday at 11 a.m. for Black and Gold Sunday, presented by Coons Market, your hometown Pittsburgh grocer. Rob keeps you posted on Pittsburgh sports with 2 hours of exciting talk. That's Black and Gold Sunday, 11 to 1, presented each week by Coons Market.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this
can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Listen to KDKA Radio on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The 50,000-watt voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
Yeah, the phones were heating up tonight. We're going to get back to the Anthony Fauci story and a whole lot more after ABC News, and that update comes up at 9:30, and we'll get right back to your calls. Busy night here at the radio. Don't forget, NASCO Roofing, instant access to our shows. Click away. Email us at instantaccess@kdkradio.com and 93.7 The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, and WAMO 107.3 are partnering to support Pittsburgh Public School students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks for the Pittsburgh Public School event presented by Target Freight Management. You can also support by purchasing backpacks or dropping off at a location near you. For details, visit kdkradio.com. Brought to you by Rugby Realty and Pittsburgh Regional Transit. Before I give you the once-over and a couple of questions, Counselor Greg Diolis, Diolis Law, Milk and Honey Sports Entertainment, co-host Coons Market Black and Gold Sunday Show. What intrigues you about the start of the Steeler training camp season? Go ahead.
The Joey Porter situation. I think it's a fun story. Joey hurt his back in the first workout. Yeah, okay. I love the intrigue that comes along with that, and the game that is played within the game. Obviously, I've participated in some of those things in the past, and so I know exactly the route that is being followed here, and they'll get something worked out, and the Steelers willingly participating in the sham injury.
Listen, the whole thing about him, we're not the only ones. All of the big-time pundits, Adam Scheffler, you name it, they're all saying he is set to make a big bank, is he not?
And he should be. He's a very high quality cornerback. The Steelers, were fortunate when he fell to them when they were able to draft him in the second round. A lot of people had him as the first round pick and were surprised that the Steelers didn't pick him with their selection in the first round in that season. And they were able to get him high in the second round, which was really a steal for him. And he had to play under and be somewhat underpaid as opposed to having been selected in the first round and having the rainfall or windfall of a big salary or signing bonus.
All right, so I've often wondered, because I've never been that kind of commodity, and I've never been, wheeling and dealing to make millions, but what's it like when you are a player like a Joey Porter Jr. and you're on the precipice of getting generational wealth? Man, you don't want to blow your knee out doing some sort of drill at training camp, or even like navigating a flight of steps in the middle of the night to go get a sandwich or something. I mean, it can be a little nerve-wracking, can it not? And I know people are saying, boy, I'd like to have that problem, but I would be a little nervous. I mean, even just walking around until I got my name signed on that dotted line, that's got to be kind of tense, especially if you're an agent. You want your client to be happy and healthy, but there's a percentage for you waiting down the road.
Yeah, I'll tell you, when I was working with Ralph Sindrich, we had a player named Mike Flynn who we agreed to a contract with the Baltimore Ravens. It was multi-million dollars, and he had to drive from his home in Maine to Baltimore to sign the contract. And this was in the beginning of free agency. So it would have been right at the last part of February, early part of March. And it was a snowstorm. So we had the agreement in place, but we didn't have Mike's name on the contract. And we had our fingers crossed the entire time he was driving from Maine to Baltimore to make sure he was able to get there and get his contract done. So those types of things are very real.
As much as I couldn't figure it out, it's starting to make more sense now than ever on why the Steelers chose Mike McCarthy. Offensive-minded quarterback guy. You got Howard, you got Aller. And my oldest son, who's a lot smarter than me, Tyler, and I, who's a big football fanatic, we spent a little time together today. And I said to him, Howard, Aller, the future? And it was like I was sitting across from you, and he just went, no, because they would have been drafted higher. So we don't really have the quarterback of the future. Many people believe that to be a fact. What do you really think? What's your gut telling you?
Yeah, the gut tells you we don't have the guy in the future. But I did like when Coach McCarthy was interviewed yesterday. He was talking about the quarterbacks and who's going to get what amount of reps. And he said Aaron Rodgers will get 40 to 50 and then maybe 60% of the reps. And then you get Mason a few reps after that. And then he referred to the other guys as the young puppies and give them a few reps. And didn't sound like he had either of them in any type of sequential order, but clearly has Mason Rudolph as number 2 for now, at least. And that's intriguing to have 4 guys go into camp. Quite unusual.
Yeah, and they gave him $1.6 million signing bonus, too. So I don't know. You have to really wonder about Mason Rudolph. And if and when he does get traded, will it be for somebody now or for a draft pick, do you think?
It would probably be for a draft pick. I don't think anybody's going to give up any talented type of player.
You know, here's something that not many people.
Rob,
go ahead.
One thing that you mentioned, you talk about Aller getting $1.6 million signing bonus. You know, it's not like Howard didn't get a signing bonus the year before.
I know.
So you know, somehow, some way, there's going to be a price to pay if they release one of them. There's going to be some cap damage as a result.
Well, I don't think that either one of them are going to be released. I think Howard will eventually get the number 2 position, and I think Mason Rudolph will be gone before the start of the season. Especially if those two, meaning Aller and Howard, are taking a lot of the snaps during the preseason. All right. Now, see, this is another story that I've been talking about. Not many of the pundits have, but Broderick Jones being cleared to practice. I mean, I think that's hopeful, right?
I think it's very much hopeful. I think everyone assumed that he would be on the PUP, meaning physically unable to perform list when camp started in order to work himself into shape. I haven't seen any film of him yet or any video as to whether or not he's rounded up into healthy shape as far as size, because a lot of people had mentioned the fact that he had lost a good deal of weight. So we'll have to see there. But that should really be one of the more intriguing battles at camp is, who becomes the right tackle, who becomes the left tackle, because they're talking about Fatanu becoming the left tackle now and Broderick being the right tackle, which is a flip-flop from what they played last year.
Listen, you know as well as I do, in any form of entertainment, you're only as good as your last show. And when you have people being touted as your replacement, that can give you a little bit of momentum to get healthy. So I think he was feeling he was getting pushed a little bit despite being such a high draft pick and the heir apparent. And I think he may have taken better care of himself and he's ready to go. And I think that's a good sign. Sometimes competition can be the best form of flattery and a great way to get motivated.
I kind of like it. I think he's shown a lot of fight, a lot of stick-to-itiveness that maybe some people thought that he didn't have or wasn't going to show. I'm quite impressed by the fact that he's worked his way through this. That was a very serious neck surgery that he had.
All right, so I saw Pat Freiermuth with that 8 at practice today, but I keep thinking about Washington. Did they use them both, or is it kind of Washington because of the big deal that he just got moving forward? Where are the tight ends in this picture, those two guys?
Yeah, I think Washington is going to be your inline guy, and I think they will use Freiermuth as more of a almost a slot receiver and use him in that fashion. So you almost have him as a big wide receiver type player as opposed to just a tight end. I don't think you'll see them in a lot of double tight situations where they're at both ends of the line of scrimmage. I think Freiermuth is more destined to be more in that what we used to refer to as an H-back role.
Listen, when you were a young kid, you got a picture with some of your heroes, including, I think, Jim Kelly. One of the pictures was it Danny Marino or Jim Kelly or Terry? Who did you get the picture with when you were a kid?
Well, Dan, I wasn't that much younger than him. So it was Tony Dorsett, Al Romano, quarterback from University of California named Joe Roth, who unfortunately passed away. So there were a bunch of Jim Corbett, who played on the Pitt National Championship team.
Yeah, so here's my question.
It was a Hula Bowl.
Here's my question. Why do we love the Steelers so much? Why is this such a big day? And thousands of people went to Latrobe today. It was like that in the 90s when I was covering them, the early 2000s. Why do people love the Steelers so much? I know why, and I kind of explained it last night, but what do you think the real reason is?
Rob, I think it's in our DNA. When you get to the end of July, the calendar turns to look to football and to what you're going to get out of the Steelers. I was talking to my Uncle Jack today, and he used to take the kids to Latrobe. They would go and sit on that hillside. This was before they, put you in the stadium there. You just sat in the hillside with a picnic lunch, and he said, and we always used to stop and get some fresh corn on the way back down Route 30 and then have it for dinner that night. And it was a great memory for him. To think about what he did with his sons and how it was a kind of a rite of passage or an annual pilgrimage to go see the Steelers and watch them work. And that was in the days when training camp was 6 weeks long and they had 6 exhibition games. They called them exhibition games, I think, where they had 6 games, including a college all-star game that they would play against. And it gave you a whole lot of time to get ready. And in those days, the starters played in those exhibition games.
Yeah, Bob Dvorak was here last night, the grizzled veteran who was there back in the 60s. He said when Noel used to run the gassers and do the Oklahoma drills, and they were in pads 3 times a day, and there was no air conditioning. And if you didn't get to the cafeteria on time, you didn't get to eat. So we've come a long way, that's for sure. But it's so nice to have football back. But it's also great in the final minute to have the Pirates still relevant. Man, I wish they would have at least got this series against Arizona.
Yeah, but Rob, it's early. There's 60 games left. I think we're going to be okay. You can't, really lose sleep over watching the standings yet. Although it was kind of cool to see the standings flash up last night and see them in the playoff picture at the end of July. So it's good. They just need to get the series that's coming up and it kind of as Clint Hurdle used to say, shower well.
That's exactly right. Hey, listen, thanks a lot for taking some time with us tonight, and a belated happy birthday to your daughter, and take care of the family, and we'll see you Sunday, okay?
Thanks, brother. Talk to you later.
There he goes, the great Greg Diolis, an attorney who will come to your house. He's that good. He really is the salt of the earth. Good part of Pittsburgh, Greg Diolis. All right, stay with us. News coming up next.
Pittsburgh's very own board-certified and licensed hypnotherapist Dan Vitchoff of the PA Hypnosis Center is here to help you. He has helped train U.S. Olympic team members control their brains, stay relaxed, focused, and in control, giving them the edge for the gold. He's recognized by many organizations around the world as one of the top hypnotherapists anywhere. He has gotten over 3,000 people to give up cigarettes for good in the last 22 years. He's helped folks even who've tried gastric bypass to lose weight. He can help you and give you a 98% success guarantee. Call 724-934-8446. That's Dan Vitchoff, the PA Hypnosis Center. Mention KDKA and get $50 off any program. But call for a free consultation today, 724-934-8446. The PA Hypnosis Center with Dan Vitchoff. Make that call today, 724-934-8446.
Why would you ask a financial advisor permission to spend your own retirement money? There's something wrong with this system. Tune in for a different kind of retirement show with Greg Ayler, now at a new time, Saturdays at 5 on the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Did you see that UFO last night?
Is it real? Or is it AI?
How about the aircraft carrier floating down the river?
Nowadays, it's tough to determine what's legit and what to believe.
I know it's true because it was all over my feed last night.
But when it comes to news, depend on Pittsburgh's original news source since 1920. The Voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
From the Aetna Medicare studios.
Proud to be the voice of Pittsburgh. 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
ABC News, I'm Dave Packer. CENTCOM says the U.S. has begun retaliatory strikes against Iran in the wake of last night's sneak attack on U.S. forces in Jordan. This evening, the Senate Judiciary Committee postponed its meeting to vote on Todd Blanche's nomination for Attorney General. Republican Senators Tom Tillis and John Cornyn saying that they won't vote for Blanche unless there are assurances from the DOJ that the $1.8 billion Trump IRS settlement fund is officially dead. Cornyn on Blanche and the DOJ.
As I told you earlier, it was not responsive to my concerns. I mean, we've heard from them. It's just that they refused to commit to writing what he testified to under oath.
The Federal Reserve left its key interest rate unchanged. Dr. Anthony Fauci facing some tough questions from Senator Rand Paul and others on a Senate committee today about the COVID-19 response. Every question answered the same way, by pleading the fifth. The hearing comes after Paul released hundreds of pages from Fauci's personal diary. This is ABC News.
Tickets are on sale now for the upcoming season of the Pittsburgh Speaker Series at Heinz Hall, presented by University of Pittsburgh, with Anderson Cooper, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Anne Applebaum, financial journalist Andrew Ross Sorkin, former NASA Administrator Charles Bolden, and acclaimed war photographer Lindsay Addario. For information and tickets, go to pittsburghspeakers.org. Sponsored by News Radio KDKA and the Spanos Group of Raymond James.
I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Over 35 years, I've seen it all. Car crashes, work injuries, defective products, medical mistakes, lives flipped upside down in an instant. But I've also seen something else, the power of fighting back, the power of winning. Over $30 billion recovered and counting. Size matters, reputation matters, results matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwyck Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
The KDKA AccuWeather forecast is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, Pittsburgh's #1 Platinum Preferred Roofing Replacement Contractor. Call 412-829-7711.
The sky will stay mainly clear as we head through tonight. We'll get down to 57 for an overnight low. It's going to be a pretty sunny day for tomorrow with a high around 82. Partly sunny for Friday, high 84. For AccuWeather, I'm meteorologist Brian Thompson at 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA.
Hi, this is Larry Richard. Join us tomorrow on the Big K Morning Show, 5:30 until 10. Got our weekly visit with Dr. Mike, and we'll check in with Bill Hillgrove as the Steelers are in training camp in Latrobe.
All right, listen, just to give you an idea, you know, we in radio, we don't just like come in and do our air shift and go home, okay? There's a lot more to it than meets the eye. Now with social media and all the other things we have, responsibilities, it really never ends. And I looked up, and Rob is still in the building, and it's kind of ironic. He sent me the new podcast that they have at the New Pittsburgh Courier, one of my favorite papers because it's all about the city of Pittsburgh. And I was talking about, have people actually taken a look around and see some of the conditions that people are living in, not just in the city of Pittsburgh. And I've mentioned in recent years traveling throughout the tri-state, doing all this social media stuff on my own dime, just trying to promote goodwill and, you know, let people know that there are issues out there that we need to be concerned about. So I clicked this on for just a few moments during the newscast from ABC. Tammy Thompson, tell me about her, and she's talking about homelessness, and this is what your podcast is at the New Pittsburgh Courier that I'm going to listen to later tonight. Go ahead.
Yeah, Tammy Thompson is the president and CEO of Catapult Greater Pittsburgh, and they're widely known, you know, in and around the Pittsburgh area and Allegheny County for really helping people just kind of get that first home, you know, first-time home buyer programs and things of that sort. So, you know, if you're looking for grants or if you need down payment assistance, you can kind of go to Catapult Greater Pittsburgh, and they're always helping you out. And over the past 6 or 7 years, they've gotten, I'd say, over 100 people into a home for the first time here in Allegheny County, in those neighborhoods, anywhere in the Mon Valley, the East Liberty area, Lincoln, Homewood, Hill District, all around Allegheny County. But on the New Pittsburgh Courier podcast that came out just about a week and a half ago, she discussed with us about how there is a real housing crisis in Allegheny County, and then so many people are calling her not to say, hey, help me get into a home for a first time, but do you guys have any resources for rental assistance? It's become so bad for some people.
You mean the price for rent?
Yeah, the rent. Yeah,
listen,
the rental prices are exorbitant.
Let me explain something to you. So I used to really be pretty good. I just saw a story that Howard Hanna is expanding into New England, which I've known Howard Hanna for years, and I thought that's really cool. I love real estate. Did a real estate show for years here on KDKA. And what I used to do, Rob, I would drive around and see a house for sale, and I would kind of predict what the price would be, and then I'd go to Willow or whatever and find out, or call the realtor, right? Because their names are on these things. In recent years, since the pandemic, I have been off by tens of thousands, so I started doing it with rent. People that work here, getting an apartment, this or that. Some people are paying more than I've ever paid for a mortgage.
Yes, that's real. That is real.
But how can people afford to live?
Ooh, that's what Tammy Thompson has said, that there are so many people that are calling saying, look, I'm about to get this eviction notice. My rent is going up, every year. Different landlords and companies are kind of going up on the rent. And I read somewhere, the rent here is higher than Cleveland, higher than a lot of other cities.
Listen.
And I think this is one of the only cities where the mortgage payment is less than your rental payment.
Listen, I had a discussion not too long ago with one of my children, and I had a discussion with somebody else whose friend was looking for an apartment in one of the city's neighborhoods. And when they told me 2 bedrooms, bath, kitchen, small living room, no dining room, $2,500 a month.
Ooh, Pittsburgh.
I'm not going to say where.
Okay.
And I said, what? Well, he's going to have a roommate, and they're going to split it, and that's the going rate. I went, going rate? I said, you have to eat food to stay alive. You have to wear clothes. You have to put gas in your car or be able to jump on mass transit. And then I started asking around. I did not get a rent price of less than $900 for a month. Not one person I talked to. I was used to it like $350, $500, $600, or $400 with no utility. With utilities. I don't know how, and that's why I've been trying to toot this horn, and then it's kind of ironic, so I click on this during the break, and that's what she's talking about. So I'm really interested to hear what she has to say, but they're actually getting results.
Yeah, well, here's the problem. Tammy Thompson is saying that there's a lot of different organizations and companies that are really not given or don't have the means for rental assistance, whether it's due to, federal programs are drying up, or whether different companies don't want to kind of, give out money to different DEI type style organizations. She's saying that that's been the real issue, is that in the past there has been, funding available and grants available. But from what she's seeing and what she told us on the New Pittsburgh Courier podcast, when people are calling her of late, there is no help that can be given.
So you know what this means, don't you? More people are going to be homeless.
That's what she's saying. She's saying that the homelessness numbers in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County are going to be on the increase, according to her.
All right, listen.
And she would know, more than a lot of people in this town.
So how can we get this podcast?
Oh, just go to newpittsburghcourier.com, and then if you click on the menu item, it says podcast. Just click it, and bam.
If I promote it, can I borrow Brother Marlon's voice for a weekend? That's not right.
Brother Marlon, he's got an outstanding voice.
That when I go and I'm at the gates, that's how God's going to speak to me.
And he hosts a gospel show on Sunday mornings on Whammo. So
I love Whammo, but listen to me. How in the world did he get a voice like that? Eddie Edwards, that's who he reminds me of, who had that great... I worked with a guy, Frank Greenlee, many, many years ago. I think he did a little time on Whammo, too. Man, Larry Richards, certain people just have that voice, man, and he's got that voice.
Yeah, and Brother Marlon, he was our first sponsor for the New Pittsburgh Courier podcast. So thank you very much, Brother Marlon, for that from the New Pittsburgh Courier.
The more we talk, whether it's Odyssey, our podcast at Odyssey, our Radio Row, or what you're doing with the Pittsburgh Courier, New Pittsburgh Courier, what they're doing with the PG, the Trib, we're all going to be better for it, man. We got to keep talking. We got to keep the lines of communication open. And it can't be me, just me, but I see a lot of people struggling, man. And honestly, it bothers me. I'm sitting across from my 35-year-old son today, youthful, 3 babies, great life, great wife. And I thought about what I did to take care of him and my children, and it almost killed me, okay? But I had such fear of them not having a roof or clothing or food that it drove me crazy, possessed, okay? And when I see children today or people living in conditions, it just crushes me. It crushes me.
You know, I could tell you this, Rob. I used to call, I used to live, of course, in Dayton, Ohio, and, I'd call home and say, hey, they went up on my rent. What's going on? And my mom and dad said, well, how much is it now? And I said, well, it's $680 a month. And they would laugh. They said, $680? What? And now I come to Pittsburgh, and it's going to be very hard to find something for $680.
So what would you say the average price for rent? $1,000 a month in
Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
Oh, easily over $1,000. That's well documented. I don't have the exact number here, but it's easily over $1,000 a month average rent in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's no debate.
I appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Keep it up.
Thank
Keep
you.
it up. Listen,
for a 1-bedroom.
Oh.
Easily over 1,000.
I got to put my weights in my exercise bike there. Where are my kids going to sleep when they come over?
Hey, if you really want to get a knockout punch, just start searching around some Pittsburgh apartments and put in the word studio or efficiency, and those prices are high as well.
Well, here's the other thing, too. We have to find work for people where they can go to work and make a living. I mean, I'm going to put my time in, but I need a living. You know what blows my mind, too? And Doug Oster and I talk about this all the time. These community food banks, people don't realize if you've got food in your refrigerator and you're able to go to the grocery store, you got half the battle won. I mean, there are people that literally, as we speak, are going to bed hungry tonight.
And we'll be at that Pittsburgh Community Food Bank in Duquesne tomorrow morning.
What's this new Homewood project? Have you heard about that?
What exactly?
It's another type of food bank. I saw a story about it yesterday.
I gotta take a look.
Was it Abigail Stansbury, state representative? I think she was like a part of it. But I thought, thank God we have people out there doing this stuff.
Well, the food bank has different places where distribution areas, so it's all around the East End and all around Pittsburgh. But it starts at the Greater Pittsburgh Community Food Bank.
Listen, blessed to have 3 kids. But my biggest fear, they used to say I was the hardest working man in showbiz. I was the James Brown of broadcasting, and that was an honor that I was proud to be called because every day I went to work or took on another job or did this or did that, I went 20 years without a day off because I was always worried about my kids. And when I see other kids and I see parents who can't feed their kids, that to me is frustrating. So I think you're on to something with this podcast because it all starts at home, and there's a lot of people. Allegheny County's going through some tough times right now.
Yeah, I'm telling you, rental prices, home prices, people. There are people. If you're listening and you're not struggling, just remember there are people that are.
That's exactly right, Rob. Good stuff.
Yep.
That's what I love to do. I like to give hope to people, man. That's what I'm all about. I'm all about hope, and I don't want to see anybody ever. My poor son, he probably, by the time I'm done talking to him, anytime or any of my children, they probably are like, would you just be quiet? But I'm like, don't spend this, don't do that. Are you putting some of that money away? You don't need to get the biggest. You don't need to get the best. Because if that time in your life that you have your babies, that 10-year period is the greatest time in your life. Greatest time in your life. And to be able to know that they have food and a nice place to put their head at night, read their books, watch their videos, whatever they do, that's what you live for. Because I'm telling my son today, it doesn't last forever. It does not last forever. But I just can't imagine people that are suffering right now and can't even afford to pay rent. That's heartbreaking. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back, wrap it up in just a moment. Stay with us.
It's the little things. The information you need. People you know. The little things that make a big difference. The voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't
doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
When it comes to family law, a lot has changed in recent years, so assumptions can be costly. If you see or sense a change coming in your family life that could have legal implications, it's important to know where you stand. Getting good legal advice early is never a bad idea. I'm Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. If you or anyone you know is facing a family law issue, start with a consultation. Visit CordellCordell.com.
Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Joseph Cordell. Licensed in Missouri and Illinois only.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Pittsburgh's 100.1 FM and AM 1020. KDKA.
All right, I'm going to be thinking about that all night now. You realize that, about people and their rent, not being able to feed their family. I worry too much about everything and everybody. All right, let's get to Jake in Cranberry. He was nice enough to call back. Then we'll try to get Teddy in here before we get out of here. Jake, thanks for calling back. Welcome to the show, bud.
Thank you, and don't worry so much, right?
I'm trying, Jake.
Something about it. Yeah, you have to. No, you're talking about your kids and everything, and my kids are a little younger, but the way they got beat up during the COVID lockdowns and everything, it was devastating to them. They couldn't do what kids did forever. And you take that, and the poor guy walking around AGH with his sandwich board saying, my mother's up in room 413 dying by herself. You know what? We can't have that happen again, Rob. I get not going back into the past and blah, blah, blah. They ruled our lives. They told us we couldn't have family over for Thanksgiving. They told us we couldn't do anything. Right? There's footprints everywhere in the store. There's plexiglass everywhere, blah, blah, blah. And this guy, by his own admission, knew what the numbers were. And he told us different numbers. He lied to us continuously. Bishop was talking earlier. Bishop, your timeline's a little wrong, and when you go back and listen to it tonight, you'll find out that Fauci knew the deal in January. Nancy Pelosi was still telling people, go to your Chinese New Year events. Don't worry about this thing, because she didn't know. Fauci did know, and he put America through hell, and it was him. And then he's going off and he's awestruck by the celebrities that love him. You know what, buddy? You got problems. You're doing this to the American people and then turning around.
But you know, Jake, in all fairness, Jake, it was both parties. So it was Joe Biden and it was Donald Trump. And Fauci was just following orders. Not saying it was all right, but I think we know we can't go through it again, but more than likely it'll happen in the next 100 years because it's called destiny and fate. But I also think we should be worrying about research and moving forward. I don't see drilling down this guy in front of the whole world to see when he's just going to say, I plead the Fifth Amendment, when we've got so many real problems to solve. I get where you're coming from, but it was both Republicans and Democrats that put us in this situation as far as where we were not allowed to do anything. I mean, I didn't see my kids for years. Trust me, I know. It was horrible.
And the amount of education they lost during schools because it was put through the way it was put through. And you know, you can say that, but all I can experience is what happened in Pennsylvania. And the governor was the governor, Mr. Wolf, and that's where it happened. Except seemed a little funny when we wanted to have a protest. Everybody was allowed to walk around and gather, but we couldn't go to school. They didn't want us to go to church. You can go to church, but you can't sing. We can't have that happen again. You're right that we'll have a pandemic again, but you can't have the control that they locked down on people. It was just wrong, and too many people got hurt. Too many old people died alone. And I know you really care about that, Rob.
No, you're right, Jake. You bring some valid points to the table. I always appreciate your opinion. Thank you very much. Let's go to Ted up on Mount Washington. He wants to talk about real estate. He knows a little bit about that. He's an entrepreneur. Go ahead, Teddy.
What's going on, Rob?
Man, I'm glad to hear from you. I'm sure you have a lot of strong opinion on what we were talking about, so go right ahead.
Well, look, I will just say this. It's a lot of outside investors who are buying up the stock and real estate, and they need to get kicked out of here. Okay? That's why the prices in Cleveland are totally different than what's going on in Pittsburgh and other places. And I'm surprised that, politicians from the state to the county executive to the mayor are not really looking into this because it directly affects your workers. Okay? If people do not have a place to stay, they're not going to be working in the city. They're going to be trouble. There's going to be trouble filling jobs. This is an emergency. You're 1,000% right, my man. When it comes to homelessness, Pittsburgh is horrible. I never saw women on the street, children on the street, men on the street in my life than you have in Pittsburgh and Allegheny County. It's a doggone disgrace. Absolutely a disgrace when you don't have a place to lay your head.
I know.
I
know.
They treat dogs better than what's going on. And the one thing that really hurts, we're treating the elderly like dogs. Okay, I hate to say that.
We're doing what?
We're treating our elderly like dogs. Every time when I go downtown, I see this older woman laying her head on the cement because she has no place to go. Okay, it really hurts.
That's terrible.
All right, that's somebody's grandmother.
I know.
Okay, somebody's grandfather.
I know.
It's just a disgrace what's going on.
Well, here's the other thing. We used to take care of our elderly.
Yes.
We used to take care of our elderly. I was talking to somebody. I was talking to somebody yesterday, who I really have got a special friendship with, and I've known her for 30 years. She's taking care of what will be her future mother-in-law. She's taking care of her mom and dad. She obviously has a significant other. She has children. And I'm like, what do you do for yourself? And you know what she said was one of the most insightful things? She said, this is what you do when you have aging parents. See, I lost mine both young, 76, 73 years ago, and they died pretty quick. But I went, what a noble thing to say. But as I was looking back on my life, when my mom and dad took in my grandmother for 11 years, who was my dad's mother-in-law, who he loved like his own mother, I mean, that's what you did. There was a place for them to come. You gave them the spare room, or you put an addition on the house, or you redid the basement. I don't even know if people are doing that to this day. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have so many assisted living places and retirement homes and these high rises, because nobody really is taking care of their loved ones like they used to, or supposed loved ones.
Rob, you don't throw away your heroes.
I know.
Okay?
That's it, man.
You do not throw away your heroes. And like I said before, last year was tough for me, man, because I looking at the city and the county, I'll be honest, I just felt anger and a lot of hatred. I mean, and a lot of resentment. I hate to say that.
Who do you feel the betrayal for? Who upset you about?
Oh my goodness.
Is it government?
A lot of your politicians, man. They really let a lot of people down. And I hate to say that they really let a lot of people down. Even other organizations which I trusted that was supposed to be there. And I mean, how in the hell can you go to a Steeler game when you're walking over people?
I know. Listen.
Okay,
listen, I know. I see it every day. I got to get to a break, get ready for the news. But let me just say this. It's never too late to look at the world differently. It's never too late. There's a chance for us to really turn things around, but we have to get started. We cannot waste time trying to figure out who's responsible. It's like Anthony Fauci. Why grilling him is it going to make any difference? We should be looking to the future, getting money for research to prevent stuff like this. And we also have to find a way, the most important way, to get people back to work. And for the people that have done their job and put in the time, that's why I was arguing about these pensions. Look, it is what it is. It didn't happen overnight. But we have to find a way. If people work hard and they deliver every day, they should be able to be rewarded with a place to put their